bless it. We also pray for our colleagues that are on their way coming. May you bring them here safely, but above all, may you, Lord, empower us to continue empowering your people. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend, and you are all welcome to the break tea just behind.
morning to you all. You are all welcome to this very important meeting. And before we do an opening prayer, may I kindly ask the following people to take up the front seats so that the house is complete. I'll ask Dr. Eddie, the chairman, board of directors, Uganda AIDS Commission, to kindly take up your seat. And then Reverend Nathan Mulondo, representing the Church of Uganda, kindly take up your seat. Pastor Edward Lubega, the National Youth Coordinator, Born Again Fellowship, please take up your seat. And then we have Sheikh Muhammad Ali Aluma. You're most welcome. Take up your seat. And then we have our country director, Charles. Please come forward and join the team. Thank you very much once again for coming. And we are faith leaders, we are faith-based, and what we believe in is about God and all that He does. We can't do anything without asking God to usher us into what we want to do. And at this point, I'll again ask my brother, Reverend Nathan Mulondo, to lead us in an opening prayer. We are going to, can we all rise? Because we have been seated. Let's rise and pray together as we begin.
Let's put ourselves together for the word of prayer. Loving God and Father, we bless your name for that we are convened together in this place. This is the time and the place and the day prepared many years ago for us. We thank you for the journey mercies you have granted each of us, Lord. We thank you for the staff of this place, for the wonderful arrangement. We bless you for the tea, the breakfast we've just taken, Lord. We thank you for everybody who's here. And Lord, you know the cause we've come to put us together in this interfaith dialogue on strengthening faith-based actions and collaborations for young people as a health. Lord, we pray that you give us great insights anointed by your Holy Spirit as we put minds together for the young people. We pray that, Lord, you'll anoint each of us, that as you use us to speak and share. We invite your presence, that you bless whoever will come on the floor. Whatever direction you shall give will be for the glory of your name. We even pray for our friends who are still coming. Grant them the mercies of God. We pray that at the end of it all, we shall give the glory back to you. And as we yearn to see a safe young people and a safe Uganda, we make this prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend Nathan. Now we are safe. We can be in one house, commanded by God Himself for everything that we are going to do. This is an important function that we are on. And briefly, we can say this is the annual Interfaith Dialogue on the health and of adolescents and young people. And what we are doing is kind of an evaluation. We want to reflect on what we have been doing since we launched this program, so that we can be able to at least ascertain what we have achieved, what remains to be achieved, and how we can achieve it in the remaining time. But I want to assure you, we have been working. Thank you very much. I'm not giving a speech. I can't talk to you when I don't know you very well. And probably you don't know me. I'm Reverend Canon Everett Mugarura. I belong to Church of Uganda. That's where I was ordained, and that's where I work. But I'm based at Uganda Christian University. I teach at the Department of Public Health as a public health specialist. But I also lead an organization called Africa Youth Leadership Development and Health, which is out to empower or equip young people on skills of leadership and in development and health. But here, we are here for Faith for Youth Health. And this is by SRHR Alliance, which will be explained in detail. Now, after introducing myself, I would kindly want to ask each one of us to do a brief introduction. You tell us your name, maybe which organization or faith institution you work with, and what you do there, and that will be it for now. And then we'll move from there. I will not ask the front seat. We have people online. You are all most welcome. We are here with you, and we are now doing introductions. So I'll begin with my brother here to introduce himself briefly like that. Your name, your organization, what you do there, and that will be good enough.
Everyone, my name is Katuma Luuta Naigambi Bashir, human rights lawyer, and then I head the Human Rights Desk, Office of Secretary for Social Services, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Mr. Katumba.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nava Mariam, representing Mariam Namata, the Program Officer Population Program, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council.
Mariam, I know you. You are most welcome. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Nabire Justin. I work with Ministry of Health in the Division of Adolescent and School Health.
You're most welcome.
Morning, ladies.
Our sister from the Ministry of Health.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semakula Henry. I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports in the Department of Guidance and Counseling.
Mr. Semakula, thank you very much for your supportive role.
Good
This
morning.
cause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namakula Rebecca. I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports in the Department of Guidance and Counseling.
Ms. Namakula, you are most welcome.
Morning, colleagues. Chitamike Mike is the name. I'm from Ndeje University.
Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Babuchika. I work with Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Alliance Uganda. I'm a finance officer.
Most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aldon Grace Walukamba. I'm the Media Advocacy and Documentation Coordinator for Reproductive Health Uganda.
Thank you very much.
morning, everybody. I'm Grace Kazibwe. I work with Uganda Orthodox Church, and I head the social services department. Thank you.
Mr. Kazibwe from the Uganda Orthodox Church, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Reverend Nathan Mugalu is my name. I am the team leader at Family Salvation Foundation Uganda and the national religious champion on SRH. Thank you.
You're most welcome, my brother.
Good morning. My name is Edith Sefuna. I work with the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, CEHAD.
Ms. Sefuna, you are most welcome.
Good morning. Venantius Bale Chirwana is my name. I do monitoring, evaluation and learning at the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Alliance, Uganda.
You're most welcome, brother.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Regina Tsime. I work with REACT as their Research and Documentation Officer.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. My name is Woj Biera. I'm representing the pastor and the director, Tabernacle Ministries, and on my own, myself, I'm also the executive member, Reproductive Health Uganda, Kabale branch.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you.
Good morning. I'm Geoffrey Aduma. I'm the programs director, Born Again Faith in Uganda.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, servants of God. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Faith Myra. I work as the Youth Country Coordinator of the SRH Alliance Uganda. Happy to have you all.
Myra, you are welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Namgen from Reproductive Health Uganda, working as the Youth Country Coordinator.
Recording in progress.
Program. Excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and participating with us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Joanita Nanteza. I work with the refugee youth with special needs and disabilities. Looking forward to hearing from you.
That is very, very important. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abeni Coleta Leonardo, and I am the General Secretary of the Youth Advisory Committee under Richard Hand Uganda.
Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nancy Edna Akot. I work with SRHR as an intern.
Thank you, Edna, for participating with us.
Good morning. My name is Nashti Baramla. I'm an intern at SRHR Alliance.
Thank you so much. Nachitibwa. So thank you very much. Maybe now I can quickly ask the gentleman seated on the high table, if I could call it a high table, to also introduce themselves to us in detail so that we can know whom we are interacting with in detail. Yes.
Yes, good morning. I'm Muhammad Ali Aluma. I'm a lawyer by profession. I work with the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. I head the Social Services Department. At the same time, a board committee member for Peace, Justice and Governance, IRCU. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aluma, for your time. We appreciate your being here.
Good morning. I'm humbled to join these eminent leaders at this high table. My name is Charles Owekmeno. I work and lead the team at Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Alliance Uganda. I think that's the details.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles Owekmeno. That is a very unique name. And excuse me, Sheikh. I don't call you Mr. You are Sheikh. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Dr. Eddie Mukoyo.
Chairperson, Uganda AIDS Commission. It's my pleasure to be here today.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for being with us. That's very important for you to be here.
Praise God, brethren.
Praise God.
My name is Edward Lubega. I'm an IT specialist, and I'm the National Youth Coordinator of the Born Again Faith. I also happen to be a TV host and radio presenter of Dream TV and Impact FM. Good to be here. Thank you.
Brother Pastor Edward, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, praise the Lord and good morning. I'm Reverend Nathan Mulondo, Education Secretary, Namirembe Diocese. I'm standing in for Reverend Dr. Paul Grace Kakoza, who is the Director Education Services at the Province of the Church of Uganda. It's a pleasure to be here this morning.
You are most welcome, Reverend Nathan. Yes, in that capacity. Thank you very much. Anybody who has not introduced himself or herself at this point? Anybody who came in while we introduced ourselves? I guess we shall continue introducing ourselves. I wish I had a way of asking those online to introduce themselves, but in the interest of time, we shall say, brothers and sisters out there, we welcome you, and we'll definitely know you through your registration online. God bless you. I understand there is a table that should introduce itself. You are most welcome, sir. Please, quick introductions, your name and where you work from.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Hamala Edgar. I'm a photographer with the Alliance.
Very important.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amina Chirunji, and I'm a volunteer at the SRH Alliance and a representative on the Youth Advisory Committee under HR right now.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I'm Patricia Catherine Najita. I work at the SRH Alliance as the Communications and Advocacy.
Ms. Najita, you're most welcome. Are we done? We still have two people coming in. They will introduce themselves. But right now, I guess at this time you have programs, the program that we are going to follow. So we are done with the registration and the opening prayer, and now introductions. And the next thing we are going to do is the official opening. And this will be done by our country director, SRH Alliance, Uganda, and that is Mr. Charles Wekmeno. Sir, you are most welcome to give your remarks as we begin this function. Thank you very much. Maybe Charles, before you quickly, we can ask our brother who has just joined us, so that we know who is who.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bishop Buyondo. I'm here representing Dr. Joseph Serada, the presiding apostle. I'm the Bishop of Kampala Born Again Faith.
Bishop Buyondo, you are most welcome, and we are happy to have you here. Charles, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome our guests, particularly the chair of the Uganda AIDS Commission, and also the representative of the different faith group that we have here, the Muslim Supreme Council, the Born Again, the Protestant Church, but also we are expecting the team from the Catholic Church to join us. We are happy to have you, Bishop, join us as well. And I would like to welcome all our partners in a special way. I know a number of religious leaders and partners are joining us online. I also join Reverend Eva to welcome you and thank you for making time to join us today. On behalf of the management, the board, and the staff of SRHR Alliance, we are happy that today we are having you for our third interfaith dialogue. This is the third one. The interfaith dialogue started in 2020 in Jinja. That was the first edition. And last year we were able to hold a national one and also hold 4 regional ones. So this is the third one for this year. We will have this, but we also intend to have others in the region. And so the interfaith engagement was not just an event. It's an initiative that we would like to continue working with, would like to make it grow bigger and bigger, would like to work with you and see how we can use this to enable you also reach your different structures across the country, to continue the conversation on how we can help our young people. And this conversation is very important. When I came here in the morning, I met with one of us here and we had a conversation that if you want to address the challenge that is facing the young people in this country and you have money, you want to invest, which area should you invest most? Which group of people, which structure should you make the most investment so that you can significantly improve the situation? And I should report that our conclusion is that you actually need to invest in the religious institutions and the religious leaders, because that deserves a big hand clap for sure. And our reasoning was that they are the ones who guide the parents, they are the ones who guide the children, they are also the ones who influence the cultural institutions and the leaders. They are also the ones that also guide the schools. And they are the ones that work with government. So their role is very, very much central in us transforming our society to become more protective to our young people. But just to underscore a few things, one of the reasons why we thought significantly about the religious leaders is the current challenge that we're facing as a country. We all know we have a young population, and we have Henry here from Ministry of Education. They're doing a great job. But as you know from the statistics that we have, less than 10% of our young people are able to enroll in primary and go up to the tertiary institution. Less than 10%. And when you change it to the issue of the girl child, it would even be much lower. The percentage of girl child who can enroll in P1 and finish up to the tertiary institutions. I always give this example that by the time I was reaching senior 4, I did not know of any girl that I enrolled with in P1 that was still in school. Virtually all of them were married. And by the time I was thinking of getting married, on average, most of them had about 5 kids. So this is what we are talking about, that for us to take this nation to the next level, to take the families, the life that we want to transform, is it possible if we have only less than 10% of our children enroll in primary and they're able to go up to the tertiary institutions? How are we going to progress with our development agenda if this is happening? But the bigger question is, what is making these children drop out of school. And we know it. We know the teenage pregnancy, we know the child marriages. We also know that there's poverty, but when you investigate the poverty properly, where is it coming from? Maybe our parents were also, they dropped out of school, they got married early, and they did not, there are many of us, and they did not have resources to bring us up, and so there's a cycle of poverty. And we need to fight to break that. And in our reflection as SRHR Alliance, when we sat, and we didn't know that COVID was coming, when we sat at the beginning of 2020, we said the primary group and leaders and institutions that we need to work with to address sexual reproductive health challenges that our young people are facing in Uganda are the religious leaders. And that's where the idea of interfaith dialogue came about. It also came about from our experience in Busoga through one of our partners, which is the religious-based Family Life Education Program. We engaged a number of religious leaders in Busoga, and their role became so much instrumental in school, in the churches. Most of them integrated a number of programs into their church operation. They introduced youth Sundays. Some of them became strong mentors. They now knew how to use the platform they have to pass some messages to the parents and to the young people. So we thought that was a good practice that needed to be spread across the country. And that's why we introduced the element of interfaith dialogue. The other thing that is very critical now is that all this we are talking about, like for example during COVID, you know the statistics, the violence, the incest. There was information that we got that there are more than 250 reported cases of incest that happened during lockdown. And these are strange things for our society. And so when we ask ourselves all these questions, what is the issue? The issue is child protection. We are not protecting our children and keeping them in school so that they can grow into productive citizens. But then you ask yourself the next question: who are the people who are bringing up our children? Where are the children being brought up from? And our answer to that question is that the children are spending the biggest proportion of their time in school. The children are spending also another proportion of their time at home with their parents. And the children are spending the biggest proportion of their time also in churches. And so these are the critical structures of our society that can solve this problem. But also, we also need to know that the children are also getting pregnant in these same structures, in the families, some of them at school, and some of them when they are engaging in our church activities. So the challenge is there, and you can't say that they're, okay, I know there are also other engagements, like most of our society are having a lot of informal entertainment activities where our children are going there. But in terms of guidance and where the children are being mentored, these are the key structures that we need to look at. And that's why, as at SRHR Alliance, we believe that your role is very, very much critical in helping our young people and protecting them from all these challenges that are coming up. And so the interfaith dialogue is about three key issues. One is about action within the faith-based structures. As the different faith group, we have a number of activities for youth engagement, for engaging parents. We have schools. These are the structures that must have actions that can guide these young people and protect them. First, to get the right information. Secondly, to access services that they need, but also to get the right mentorship. So that when these other risks of the world, as we call it, comes, the young people have capacity to make the right decision, to say no to something and say yes to something when they are well informed. But if you carry out research right now, you'll find that majority of the teen fathers and teen mothers majority of the child bride and all other groups that we're talking about, most of them have been indulged in this because they lack information. They are not well mentored. So that's where we have critical role, and we believe that through this interfaith movement, if all the other faith groups really take action, we can protect a big proportion of our children. The second element of the interfaith dialogue is about leadership. We have senior leaders here, a number of them are joining us online. The young people of Uganda need your leadership. They need your guidance. I know most of you, of the leaders, believe that the parents have critical roles. The parents that listen to you every day, every Sunday, on radio, in the churches, guide them. Guide them so that they can also guide the children and take care of them very well. But also, most of you here are senior leaders in the churches. You have a number of religious leaders under your leadership. They need mentorship, they need guidance. Because these issues are real. Our young people are getting pregnant and we are seeing them. Our young people are getting married when they are young. We are seeing cases of violence. They are real. And so these religious leaders that we have across the country need to come up and speak about this issue and guide the nation, guide the children, and guide the parents so that we can have a clear direction. And the third element of the interfaith is about collaborations, us learning from each other. The last time, the first one we had in Jinja, we had over 12 different faith groups, and they were sharing what they have been doing from their faith perspective. And that helped so many others who were not doing anything to start work. The last year when we were here, we had eminent leaders from the different faith groups, and they shared their commitment, which is what some of the things that we're reviewing today. They made commitment here that they need to take actions. And so when we are here, when we converse, when we talk from it, we listen to government, we have Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education here, then we learn from each other and we can be able to take some action thereafter. So that is really what interfaith is about. But we are also guided by one principle. The principle is that this action needs to be taken from the faith-based perspective. And we appreciate that there are challenges of handling these issues from the scientific perspective or any other perspective. But from the faith perspective, the question is what can be done? And that is really why we think this interfaith engagement is critical. And so ever since we started in 2020, so far we have engaged about 250 religious leaders directly, but indirectly they could be over 500 across the country. And working with UNESCO, we customized a toolkit that was developed at the continental level for religious leaders. Reverend Everett was part of the team that reviewed it and made sure it was customized to Uganda. So this toolkit is what will be used to mentor the religious leaders across the country. So we can use it and it works for all the different faith groups. We already have it and we want to start working with it to do mentorship. And the mentorship is not going to be done by us, the partners. We also need a team of religious leaders who will be trained as the mentors to mentor their religious leaders so that we can keep it within the faith-based perspective. And UNESCO already trained about 80 religious leaders on how to use this tool, working together with the Ministry of Health, the Adolescent Health Unit. And I'm also happy to announce that when we joined the team at the African Union, we pushed for the interfaith approach because they were developing a guideline for engagement of religious and traditional leaders. We pushed for the interfaith approach and it was adopted. That guideline is in the final stages and it will soon be disseminated across Africa. So this practice that we have started here has also been adopted at international level. We just need to do more with it. It's a very good practice. Otherwise, I'm happy that 3 years later, we are continuing with this spirit as the Alliance and all the partners that work with the religious leaders at different level on sexual reproductive health. I would like to assure you of our commitment, and also we know that issues of sexual reproductive health is a very sensitive issue. We need your guidance on how to work with you, because when we come to work in our own way, there may be a few concerns here and there. So that's why we want to work through your leadership and your guidance. But we all appreciate that we need to work together and we need to do something. And so with that, I also want to express a special appreciation to our government partners. They have been working very closely with us, especially Minister of Education. Mr. Semakula, our sincere appreciation to the entire ministry, and Minister of Health. Dr. Justin, our appreciation to the ADH unit, but also the entire leadership of the ministry. And we look forward to continue working together. Thank you very much. And I want to express apology from the board chair. She's engaged in another meeting at Ireland Embassy. A board member will be joining us later as we conclude. But for now, I would like to, on her behalf, declare that the meeting, this dialogue is open, and let's continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can clap harder than that. Thank you, Charles, for that important message to us. Yes, sexual reproductive health. The moment you mentioned that in the quotas of religious leaders or faith institutions, the antenna, you get the feeling that people are very, very, very sensitive. Even participation becomes very sensitive, because we have had a challenge where people have chosen to speak for us and they have missed us our language. True or false? True, I'm saying it as a priest. People chose to speak on our behalf, and what happened? They spoiled our language. Yet we have a language that we can use to address issues of sexual reproductive health. And this is exactly what we are trying to coin. That we speak a language that is faith-based to address issues of sexual reproductive health among not only adolescents, but all categories, all the categories that we can reach out to as faith institutions. So I want to emphasize that more and more, and I was one of the people that started hitting these guys when we started the dialogue. My language, my request was, can you allow us to talk the language so that we help our young people in the context of our faith? And I think it is slowly coming up. We are not going to allow a language that is not ours. We can adopt ideas that are ours, that can enrich our language and our values, but we have to address sexual reproductive health among young people in the language that we understand, and I know it will work. But we are also, I think we are also ready to learn. True? Yes, when we started HIV programs, some of us suffered, even before our own religious leaders, even when we were religious leaders. You come and talk about AIDS, they are like, man, are you ours or you belong somewhere else? Because AIDS to them that time was equal to condoms. AIDS is equal to condoms. And then we had to explain how AIDS is a killer disease and the condoms are just used to prevent. Can we have another way of addressing? And eventually, we developed what we now call ABC. Abstinence, being faithful, and condom use, isn't it? For those who choose to use condoms. But we had options of abstinence, we had options of being faithful, and we had options of condom use, and it became a national policy. Can we kindly work very hard to influence the national policy on sexual reproductive health for Uganda, for the betterment of our programs, for young people, and to make sure that our young people don't continue suffering the way they are suffering when we are looking on. God bless you. You know, I was not meant to give a speech, but I was speaking from what our country director mentioned. He mentioned sexual reproductive health. The religious leaders are like, wait a moment, what are you talking about? There is a problem that we must address as faith institutions. Next on the program is the programs manager, sexual reproductive health Alliance, and this is Margaret Nanyombi. She will walk us through something very vital which was hinted on regarding the toolkit and which will inform our way forward. So Margaret, you're most welcome. Can someone, IT, do we have IT people here? Yes, let's have this machine work the way we want it. It can't defeat our minds when we are here. Yes, Margaret is still preparing, don't worry. Don't be, okay. So she will begin us while we reflect, we project the message. Thank you very much. Margaret, you're welcome.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much, Reverend Everett, and all protocol observed. Once again, my name is Margaret Nanyombi, and I work for SRH Alliance Uganda. And on behalf of the SRH Alliance and on my own behalf, I would like to welcome you all and for responding to our invitation. I believe most of you have my name in your inbox. Oh, so thank you so much for responding. I'm just going to talk about the objectives for our activity today, and then a few updates. As Reverend Everett has mentioned, and also Charles, this is a follow-up activity. It's not a new activity. Last year in June, we were in the same room discussing about the same issue. So it's just a follow-up. And now these are the objectives. Our activity is the annual Interfaith Dialogue 2022 on action towards the health status of adolescents and young people in Uganda post-COVID-19 lockdown. I remember very well the day we had the last Interfaith Dialogue in this room last year. It was the day the lockdown was announced. And now we are back when we are post-COVID-19 lockdown. So we believe a lot has happened and we are going to discuss a lot. So one of our objectives for this, the main purpose is to follow up on the progress of implementation of the commitments signed by religious leaders in addressing health challenges faced by adolescents and young people in Uganda. In our last Interfaith Dialogue here, our religious leaders signed commitments And I believe most of us have those commitments from our different faiths. So today, we want to hear from you how far you have gone. Did we just sign? Did we just amend the signature on those? I think there were 16 commitments, I remember. So did we just amend the signatures, or there is a progress? So we are here to listen from each and every faith how far you've gone with the implementation. Our first specific objective is to reflect and share progress of the implementation of commitments made by the religious leaders from the different faiths. And then the second one is to discuss and agree on the roadmap of cascading the training for religious leaders on the toolkit in the different regions. Charles has been mentioning about the toolkit, which was briefly shared last year here during the interfaith. But from there was an action point that this toolkit should be validated during the regional interfaith dialogues, which we did. The SRH Alliance did. So we'll have time to talk about it. How can we cascade it better? We have our representatives from Ministry of Health, and they are directly in charge of this toolkit, and then UNESCO. Then we can talk about it. Then we are going to share, discuss and reflect on the school re-entry guidelines with the religious leaders. As we all know that when the lockdown started, it was locked, including the schools. Our children spent some good years, 2 years down the road at home, and they were not studying. So after the lockdown, even the schools were opened. A lot happened during that time. So our technical wing at Ministry of Education had to come up with school re-entry guidelines. So we are going to talk about those guidelines and then discuss the role of religious leaders when it comes to those school re-entry guidelines. Probably we might have heard of them or not, but we are going to have the opportunity today. Then we are going to reflect and share experiences on how religious leaders are supporting the young people. Sorry, the presentation wasn't complete here, but we are going to see how the young people, I mean the religious leaders, are supporting the young people to cope up. We understand that the young people went through a lot during the lockdown, and there is a lot of support they need right now from everyone, from all the adults, from the religious leaders and the parents. So we want to hear from you. How are you supporting the young people to cope with what they went through during the lockdown? Then the updates, Charles has hinted on them. From the last interfaith dialogue, we had some action points. One, where the SRH Alliance was supposed to conduct regional interfaith dialogues. We are supposed to have one in the Eastern region, another one in the Western region, another one in West Nile, and then in the Central region. So Charles has reported on that, and I just want to emphasize that we ably conducted those dialogues, and we had a lot of and fruitful deliberations from religious leaders from all those regions that I have mentioned. Then we are also supposed to do a validation of the toolkit. When the toolkit was presented here by Canon Gideon Biamkama, we were given a task to go and validate this toolkit, which we did during the regional interfaith dialogues. And the religious leaders from all those regions provided their input in the toolkit, and all the input was were included in the toolkit. So, and then we conducted the TOR, I mean the TOT, the train of trainers, training of religious leaders. Ministry of Health and the UNESCO, together with the SRH Alliance, had this training of religious leaders. And right now as we speak, we have national trainers who are religious leaders in sexual and reproductive health for young people. Yeah, That's the update and also the objectives for this meeting. One come and we just pray that you feel at home. Thank you so much.
Great. I think, Margaret, you have done it well. Before us, we have the objectives. At the end of the day, I like evaluation. We need to evaluate again and see whether or not we shall have achieved our objectives for this meeting. Allow me to introduce Reverend Richard Rukundo. He had an assignment before joining us, but he informed me he was coming in, and you are welcome. Richard Rukundo is the provincial coordinator for Youth and Children's Ministry, Church of Uganda. Next on the program, we have Dr. Nabwire, Dr. Justin Nabwire. Kindly come forward and share with us what you have packed for this dialogue. Why don't we welcome Dr. Justin Nabwire? Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. Are we here? I work with young people, so I like a vibrant audience. I hope we will not sleep while I'm presenting. I'll make sure you don't sleep. I'll rush through it. Yes, like we've heard, my name is Nabwire Justin. Doctor was just added on later, but that is my name. Technology is still working on us. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the status of adolescent and young people's health in Uganda, current status. That's just the outline. Just to bring all of us on board, an adolescent is a person aged 10 to 19 years. That's as defined by WHO, to whom we subscribe. And a young person, also defined by WHO, is 10 to 24 years. And a youth is any person aged 15 to 24 years. Our definitions may not rhyme, especially for the youth, may not rhyme with the definition of the Constitution of Uganda. The other one is economical, but ours is to do with health. So the Ugandan population is approximately 48 million, with about 34% being adolescents. Adolescence is a very dynamic phase characterized by rapid growth, both physically and also function-wise. That has to do with the mental and emotional status. And of course, it poses a lot of challenges both to the adolescent and to the community. including the adolescent's parents. So all of us here are challenged by the adolescent stage. Of course, as it is a challenge, in itself, adolescence is a challenge. But COVID-19 caused more challenges to the youth because it threw them in the middle of community, out of school. They were not used to that. The parents were not used to that. Parents were happy sending their children to the schools. Let them be protected there. But now they were stuck with the children. The parents were at home. The children were at home. They did not know how to deal with that. Or rather, we did not know how to deal with that. I'm not taking myself out of the equation. So we registered more than 24% of teenage pregnancies. Before, by the survey that was done in 2016, we were at 24%. After the COVID-19, we are waiting for that survey. It will be done this year. But we can expect that it will be way higher than 24%. So that showed us that schools are very protective for our young girls, for adolescent girls. Because when they were given to us at home, we saw what happened. And that brought to light our parenting gaps. So with increased pregnancy, of course, we also register high levels of HIV transmission because they are all administered in the same way. We use the same route to administer HIV and pregnancy in most cases. And Uganda has the 16th highest prevalence of child marriage in the world, and the 10th highest number of child brides, totaling to an estimated 16 million child brides. So, school attendance is very protective for most adolescents and young people from risky behaviors. However, with adolescents and young people at home, with the few activities to do, because most of our children are on TV, they are likely to engage in substance use, which can also cause them to engage in sex and other risky behaviors. Adolescents engage. We have a number of adolescents and young people that are engaging in transactional sex, with mostly with the long distance drivers. And this increases their risk to sexually transmitted infections and unintended pregnancies. What are our priorities as a country? That is to do with Ministry of Health. We want to reduce teenage pregnancy from 25% to 14%. I will not say to 0%, because that will be too ambitious. All of you will laugh at me. We want to fast track approval of the adolescent health and SRH policies. And also to complete the development of the ADH strategy. We want to increase adolescent empowerment to enable them participate in their own programming. Because in most cases, we sit in offices, do things for them, plan for them without them. And then we don't know exactly what they want. Adolescents of this generation may be far different from my generation. Then there is community engagement to include parents and community gatekeepers. You're the gatekeepers. We need you in the fight against all these things that are plaguing adolescents. And we want to reduce the HIV prevalence. But we all heard that during COVID, actually, just post-COVID, the prevalence of HIV among young people instead increased. We need a multi-sectoral approach and coordination in handling adolescent issues. Ministry of Health alone cannot handle adolescent health issues. Teenage pregnancies happen in the community. For us, we find them they come to the facility with finished products. So if we say that, oh, health is going to work on it alone, it will not. We need education to keep the girls in school. Even the boys, actually. We are talking too much about the girls, but we need both boys and girls in school. We need to talk about men and women. We cannot only be talking about women. We are skewing this curve, and then we are not getting results. We need to increase access to SRH information, so that's why we are coming to the religious circles also. If it is talked about in the religious circles, we know that these people pick more, they take it like Bible truth when it is spoken by religious leaders. Then male involvement, I've just talked about that. We cannot talk about SRH issues without men, because girls do not make themselves pregnant. They are made pregnant by men. So we need the men on the table. Then we need to reduce gender-based violence countrywide. We heard how many girls were made pregnant even by their own parents. It is so sad. So this is all violence. Of course, any girl who is below 18 years who gets pregnant, that is sexual violence. But sexual violence is not only to girls, it's also among boys. Right now we are having very many boys being abused sexually. But we don't talk about, men don't talk about these things because they are told to be men. But they are suffering silently. So we've made some progress. We have those policies, the ADH and the SRH policies waiting for management approval. Actually, they were already. They are now waiting for cabinet approval. And we developed the SRH toolkit for the religious leaders. Actually, it was after the development of that toolkit, there was a TOT which was attended by many religious leaders. Then the review of adolescent health community resource persons toolkit, we did that last week. The community gatekeepers, because now we are taking this thing out of the health facilities. The thing is happening in the community, so we want the community people to own these interventions. And the standards of quality, the standards and quality of care guidelines are also undergoing review. And we continue training health workers to be adolescent responsive. In our trainings, when we conduct trainings in the communities there for health workers, we include police and community leaders, especially for GBV training, because we want these people to know what we do. They are the ones that stay in the community, and they are the ones to help us with the community policing. We developed standardized adolescent health age-appropriate, I stress that, age-appropriate information packages, plus IEC materials in local languages. Where we have adolescents of different ages, because we said adolescents are 10 to 19 years. we do not give the information or the same information that a 15-year to a 19-year receives. We don't give that same information to a 10 to 14-year-old because their thinking is different, their challenges are different. So we structure the information according to ages. Then adolescent empowerment and participation is on track through peer education programs supported by our partners, just like this. Though today, Charles, I didn't see an adolescent here. I see some young people, but adolescents are not here. Yeah? They are in school, eh? Ah, you've got me. Okay. We have virtual platforms that are running, which we encourage adolescents to call in and talk about their challenges, ask questions, and those are the virtual platforms. Some are the toll-free line is for Ministry of Health, but these other ones are supported by different partners. Currently, we are seeing mental health problems rising. Suicide is mental health problem. It is not someone getting mad or what. I mean, they have lost their way. Something is wrong. They are crying out for help, but when they don't get that help, they end up into suicide, committing suicide. Now we are seeing suicide increasing among our young people. In schools, yesterday I was seeing one from Kabale University. We need to up our game. We cannot deal with, we cannot just keep quiet while these young people die. And then we bury them at the end of our graveyards. We have challenges, and our young people, adolescents, do not like to take their medicines. Yet we have very many adolescents that are HIV infected. But any one of us, I don't know about you, I'm a doctor, but I hate medicine with a passion. So taking even a 3-day dose, full dose, is hard for me. Now imagine this young person who has to take drugs every day for the rest of their life. First of all, many of them don't understand why they have to take the drugs. Because the parents even don't share, they don't tell them they are HIV positive. So it is a challenge. Yet these drugs are the ones that are protective to them. They are to keep them healthy and alive for the rest of their lives. But of course, we keep talking about these things, we keep counseling them, and parents have to come in strongly here as well. The increasing rates of gender-based violence in homes and the communities. When I was growing up, we would trust everyone. They would, everyone who was bigger than me, my mom actually would tell me, that is your uncle, that is your father. I think the whole community were my fathers or uncles, and or they were my aunties and mothers. I thought everyone was related to my mother until I really grew up. But today, even the uncle in the home will be the one molesting the child. We can hardly trust the people that we live with. So, religious leaders, that is all your work. Then there is
Recording in progress.
Generational sex and transaction sex with high-risk groups. You find young kids having sex with older men. It's mostly for the girls, though it is coming up also among the boys. It has been there. With older women having sex with young boys. Okay. When I was growing up, I didn't see that. Okay, that was under the wraps then. So right now it is coming up. Wonderful. Okay. So the cross-generational sex is dangerous to a young person because they don't have the choices. Usually the older person has the choice. They will say, no, you have to do this or else you don't get this. Because in most cases it's also transactional. Then the poor involvement of parents and communities and the delays in policy approvals. We have limited community support to access health services. And then substance use among adolescents and young people, which predisposes them to risky behavior. Currently, children are carrying drugs even to schools in milk tins, powdered milk tins. They put drugs in cookies, in daddies. Those grab that they carry to school, they can put drugs in everything. The adolescents of this generation are very innovative, but in a bad way. And of course we have the inappropriate exposure to non-adolescent friendly content through social media and mass media. These days, you put on a TV and you open your eyes. Or rather your mouth. The things that are played on TV, they are so sexualized and kids have to watch that. I don't know if we still have the ethics and integrity minister, because when I was in secondary, I remember someone made a song and it was banned from being played on the airwaves. It was Bamusakata. But even that, when I remember that song, it wasn't even anything near to what happens now. So I don't know, religious leaders, when you see these things, are they no more you cannot or you can't weigh in? Because I see you weighing in on certain issues and things are changed. Then we have high school dropout rates. Even for when our girls get pregnant, really we do not wish that they get married. I think that's why the Minister of Education came up with the return policy, school return policy. Then the multi-sectoral approach is not easy to coordinate, but yet we need to work all together. There is a high risk of sexual interactions due to limited activity at home, coupled with inadequate parental supervision. The kids are at home watching TV and then trying on each other what they watch on TV. Incest. Increased cases of defilement and rape resulting in teenage pregnancies. Excessive amounts of time spent on social media and TV and hard to reach areas and migrant populations. Those ones require unique strategies. We do not carry out the same interventions for them. So what are our next steps as Ministry of Health? To employ more community approaches in SRH information and service provision, increased adolescent participation in programming and planning, then update of pre-service training curricula to include adolescent health. When doctors and nurses, all health workers are trained, there is nothing to do with adolescent health. So all this has to be, we want to include it. Then strengthening the multi-sectoral approach and coordination. We want to continue the bottom to up coordination of adolescent health through DICAs and SICAs. Those are district and sub-county committees that coordinate adolescent health. We cannot do it from up here. It has to come from down, because that's where the issues happen, and they know their issues better instead of being dictated to by someone up. We want to utilize the mass media and digital platforms to promote positive values among adolescents. And we are doing health facility school linkages to foster SRH information access to students and pupils. And we want to carry out data-informed interventions, not just do everything for everyone the same way. In Kabale, they may not have so many teenage pregnancies, yet they are very high in Wakiso. So instead of doing the same and putting the same resources in both places, we put more resources where they are needed most. We want to improve availability of commodities and supplies across the board, and improve parental engagement in their children's raising. We want to improve male empowerment and engagement, because we have talked too much about women leaving men behind, and the empowered women are disempowered by the unempowered men. We go back to the vicious circle. Research is also important. What are key messages to the religious leaders? We hope that you can open safe spaces in churches and mosques where young people can get accurate SRH information. Then sensitizing the community on SRH issues, including early marriages, adolescent pregnancy, sexual gender-based violence, because actually the religious leaders are listened to more than more than government or anyone else. Then encourage parents to keep their adolescents in school and return those adolescents who get pregnant back to school after delivery, and not force them into marriage. We hope that you can continue to guide the community, the masses, on values. Values like virginity, delaying sex. Thank you very much.
She deserves a bigger clap. Thank you, Dr. Justin, for the highlights. I want to believe that none of us has actually not picked something that you can run with and at least implement it, isn't it? In your respective corner or structure, you can pick something from here and implement it. I want to tell you, and I am happy, Dr. Justin, you mentioned something very, very important, which I have been fighting. Now that we talked about the girl child, then problems on the male child. Now we are talking boy, leaving the what? It will be a vicious circle. Why don't we talk about both? I am the national chairperson for the Boys and Girls Brigade of Uganda. For us, we emphasize equipping both boys and girls equally without discrimination. And what have we seen? We have seen leadership shared by both of them. We on merit. You don't have to bother to look for a leader. If it is a female, she leads. If it is a boy, he leads. And we have seen that mix work for us. Because we are trying to avoid this business of emphasizing one side, then by the time you know, before you know, I mean, then the other corner is crying. You run there. Before you know, the other corner is crying again. Why don't we push both? So that we don't waste time trying to work on one faction, leaving out the other. The Boys and Girls Brigade of Uganda started as two, organizations, Girls Brigade, Boys Brigade. Practically, we realized that the boys and girls in our companies were working together. Then we said, what is the structure up there talking about? Why don't we call it Boys and Girls Brigade? We had a lot of opposition from the international community because for them they wanted the separation of the two. Today they are coming to Uganda to learn from us how we have done it because it has worked. I would like us to adopt that approach. Are we not talking about community approach? That is it. Listen to the people. Lastly, I want to talk about, and I'm preparing somebody. I want to talk about the cross-sectional, cross-generational sex banange. I started a program for young people in 1993, and we had sugar mummies. We had what? Sugar mummies who were having sex or sexually abusing the children at that time, very, very, very far from now. So we are not creating, we are not inventing something. It has been there. Let us address, again, problems as they are. Go to the communities. Don't assume everything is there, by the way. There is no assumption. May I call upon our elder, our chairman, and expert, and custodian of multi-sector approach. Hey, when I use the word multi-sector approach, Uganda AIDS Commission Chair for the Board of Directors, Dr. Eddie Mukoyo, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Today I'm honored and privileged to be here among the people who are talking about sexual reproductive health and rights. This is something we never talked of when I was back in the Ministry of Health. It came up, I think, now around 10-15 years. We realized that, we must focus on these adolescents and the younger people. But now, it has become the thing we must address if we are to do anything about HIV/AIDS. First of all, I would like to recognize protocol, the Council of Presidents, led by His Grace, and their representatives, Archbishop of Uganda, and all council members or their representatives, Minister of Education and Sports representatives, Minister of Health, UNESCO representative, the country director, SRHR Alliance, Inter-Religious Council of Uganda Secretariats, NGOs and civil society organizations present, advocates for youth and young people, all protocol observed. His Grace, who is the leader of the Council of Presidents, Archbishop Stephen Mugalu, or the representative, and all the council members, or their representatives present. Indeed, I take this opportunity to thank you for turning up for this important meeting organized by the Sexual Reproductive Health Rights of Uganda. I'm delighted for the invitation that was extended to me and to make these few remarks during this gathering with the theme strengthening faith-based actions and collaborations for young people's health and well-being, and specifically focusing on adolescents and young people's health post-COVID-19 lockdown and the role of religious leaders that they play to support the health well-being of the adolescents. As you are all aware, Uganda has an estimated 1.4 million people living with HIV and HIV prevalence of 5.5% in the reproductive age group of 10 to 49 years among adults. When this is aggregated, we have 7.1% for women, 3.8% for men. In 2020, it was estimated that over 38,000 got newly infected with HIV, and about 5,300 children in the age group 0 to 14. There's a higher HIV prevalence among young women than in young men, and I think this is a well-known fact. The HIV prevalence among young people aged 15 to 24 years is around 1.8%. New HIV infections are almost 4 times higher among female adolescents than their males counterparts. This makes this particular forum very critical for us in Uganda if we are to address issues of HIV/AIDS and to stop the public health threat by 2030. The major drivers for this state of HIV among young people is mainly the following: multiple sexual partners, cross-generational sex, it has been alluded to from my friend from Ministry of Health, early sexual debut among adolescents. These young adolescents are beginning things early. I think now you see the role of the church. When people come when they are still young, you need to model them, to build them, prepare them for the future, and of course the challenges they are in. Sexually transmitted infections, which is another driver for HIV/AIDS. Social cultural norms and values. We know that there are those norms that encourage HIV/AIDS transmission. There's this thing called Embalu for those who come from the East. There are those things we must speak out and work with the cultural leaders and see how we can improve and ensure our young generation is protected. Human rights, it has already been alluded to. Stigma and discrimination. And you know stigma is in many forms. There is self-inflicted stigma, then the external stigma. They are all bad contributors for HIV/AIDS. Especially, is something we are noting in schools, that children, when they go to school and they have HIV/AIDS, they have that self-inflicted stigma, which will affect their performance across board in schools. Then, of course, there's the external stigma. Fellow colleagues in schools, they discriminate them. Last time I took somebody's friend to school, and we were giving them, he had been sick, so we give him additional medications which he can take at school. Then he said, I don't want those drugs. So why? You must complete your dosage. No, I don't think I have HIV/AIDS. So you see the problem we're having. It is real, and we must do something. We have poverty. So as we address HIV/AIDS, we must also look at poverty. People who are poor, who can't afford food to put on their table for their households, it's a big challenge. Those on drugs, they can't take their medications. I was in Karamoja. They said, these medications, yes, we know, but we don't have food. It's a big challenge. You know, when we started these programs way back, 20 years back, there were programs for food for these people. So there was compliance in terms of taking drugs. But now that that food supply is no longer there, it's affecting uptake. And what will happen? We're going to have resistance to drugs. And once we have resistance to drugs, you put somebody to second stage. Then the resistance continues, you push them to third stage. And every time you push them to another stage, the cost of drug is very high. So when you multiply the total cost of drugs for these people who are HIV positive, you find that very soon the cost will go through our roof. Are we able to contain this, knowing very well our partners, donors who have been supporting us all this while are reducing their contribution? We must think twice. How do we manage this? And what are our priorities? There is sexual and gender-based violence that has also contributed as a key driver for HIV/AIDS. With these drivers known to us as leaders, as church leaders, we must address these risk factors to be able to stop the infections among the young and adolescent girls and boys in Uganda. You know, when a young girl has the HIV positive, the boy may not know and they engage. So we must now start talking, and I totally agree with our master of ceremony. We must start talking about boys and girls. This business of only the girls is a problem. You only address a small issue. In year 2020, Uganda was hit by COVID-19 pandemic and posed huge challenges in the country. I think many of us here, in our homes, in our relatives, our friends, our places, were all affected. Different degrees. We noted the social fabric breakdown in the communities. And this led to high gender-based violence, increased poverty, high stigma and discrimination, mental health. It's been alluded to by my friend from Ministry of Health, including but not limited to depression, human rights violations, and loss of lives. We've lost many through different mechanisms. The worst to note was the high teenage pregnancy across the country, and others got married underage. This scenario cannot be allowed to continue. The church, you must do something. Before COVID, I was in Jinja having another workshop of this nature with the religious leaders. And I could see the excitement they had when we gave them this information. They were so happy, they were excited, and we told them, people always, when you can't get support at home, you run to the church or to the mosque. The religious leaders. People have faith in our religious leaders. They believe, yes, you'll be able to give them hope, you'll be able to give them support. So it's critical and important that we bring you up to speed, whatever knowledge and skills required. So I'm happy with the Ministry of Health that's carrying out these toolkits for the religious leaders. We've also been carrying out similar trainings to make sure they are well equipped and able to handle our youth. It has been noted that over 290,219 teenage pregnancies were recorded from January to September 2021 alone. These numbers are staggering. Imagine, these are young girls and these are young girls who are getting pregnant. Inevitably, they drop out schools. They drop out of school. Of course, they are being given a second chance to come back and continue education, but not all of them come. So what's going to happen to that population over time? Is something we must discuss here and see how best we handle that. This is unacceptable in the country, and we should explore all mechanisms to ensure we give them a second chance to go back to school for a brighter future. That should be one of our mandates as we go out, to give them hope, to give them encouragement that yes, even if they were pregnant, they can turn out, that can be turned around into something better for themselves and society. With all these experiences and the burden that we witnessed, Uganda AIDS Commission, working with stakeholders, we developed a faith-based action plan for 5 years with specific interventions, for example, fathers' unions, mothers' unions, youth groups, Boys and Girls Brigade, Christian Women Fellowships, and others that would bring back the moral fabric in society. So that action plan is in place. Many of the leaders we have here were involved in that process. And this was launched early this year by the Prime Minister. Let's please give it support and see how we can ensure we reach out to everybody out there who can support these young ones. Let's not leave anybody behind. If we are to achieve no AIDS by 2030, all this must be done. I mean, focus must be at the community. Somebody mentioned community. Yes. It's no longer at national level, it's at the community level. We involve the men.
Fight for what counts. I'm Ros Marata from Papua New Guinea and Australia. What counts for me is saving 20 more million lives in the next 3 years. We can do that if we get at least $18 billion in the replenishment. Fight for what counts.
They turned out positive, they were put on treatment. But when they came back home, the man said, what they said? We're HIV positive, let's share the drugs. The man fears to go to the health facility. We must work on to the men. So I agree with one of the speakers. Yes, men is a critical equation in this problem. We must find how we reach out to the men, encourage them to come to the health facility, and if they are sick, take medication. You know very well, if you take your medication religiously, continuously, the HIV becomes undetectable and therefore untransmissible. That should be our aim. Let's give them that hope. And drugs are available for them to take. Integration and dissemination of faith and community initiative communication. Pastoral letters is crucial in reaching masses across the country. We've been working on this, these pastoral letters. Right now I know it is being improved on for mass production to make sure, yes, it's available, it supports our church, our leaders, religious leaders out there. At any one opportunity, they give a message to the society, to the youth in their congregation. And these people do listen. So we urge you to take advantage when it comes out, to work with it, to make sure you really reach out to the people out there. The Inter-Religious Council of Uganda has done well working jointly with Uganda AIDS Commission. Actually, the pastoral letter was developed together with the Inter-Religious Council and Uganda AIDS Commission. The last information I had, it was getting ready for publication. And I'm sure it will be disseminated across the country, the various religious leaders to take advantage of. In addition, we need to conduct more rigorous advocacy campaigns to reach adolescent girls and boys, both in schools and out of schools. How many times do the religious leaders here visit schools? It's very critical you make it part of your program. Engage with the schools at opportune moments. These youth out there will listen to you, will take your advice and guidance. They may have specific questions, and you are the only people privileged to give them that information, and they will listen. I urge the religious institutions and means of education and health to continue to play a key role in integrating the younger boys and girls back into school so that they are able to achieve a level that enables them to push ahead. If you don't do this, that's a whole generation that will be lost. We can't afford this. These people can become very, very productive people in Uganda today and contribute to economic development. Uganda Youth Commission pledges to continue engaging various stakeholders like Minister of Education, Minister of Health, Uganda Communication Commission to support dissemination of key behavior change communication messages to enable the young people get back on the right path, and revamping the communication mechanism across the country to increase information and empowerment of people. You know too well that in each district you have free airtime. How many religious leaders take up this space in order to reach our people in different languages? This is something we must do. Many times they tell us, yes, we have this free airtime, but people don't come. So please, before my colleague there nods, let's take up this opportunity. As we move towards the last mile for ending AIDS as a public health threat in Uganda, we need to consolidate the 5 pillars. Those who have looked at His Excellency the President's message with the 5 pillars, we need to revisit them, and I think they'll be able to move us forward. This and the message, we must ensure it reaches every stakeholder so that they are enabled to play their critical roles at all levels. With the combined efforts of all stakeholders, the resilience and commitment of civil society organizations like SHRS Alliance, our young people will be supported to live healthy and productive lives and overcome the trauma and challenges of post-COVID-19. First of all, join me to thank most sincerely SRHR Alliance and its team for a job well done. And of course, let's clap for ourselves, for committing ourselves to be part of this process of ending AIDS by the year 2030 and ensuring we protect the adolescents and young girls and boys. I thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Chairman, Board of Directors, Uganda AIDS Commission, for those encouraging and educative words to this meeting. And ladies and gentlemen, I am a teacher by profession, but I'm also to other business. Can I ask a question? A quick one. What is the theme of this dialogue meeting? Well, you can, it is an open book exam, so you can try to look around. Thank you very much. It is time to make remarks. We have been talking and talking, you know. We don't like talking to people. We like, it should be talking with people. I know you have burning issues there, you have comments, you want to add value to what has been already put out. It's open to you, people, beloved people. I guess at this time I want to baptize you lovers of young people. Lovers of what? Young people. Because if you don't love young people, you can't get out of your way to help them amidst these challenges. Questions, comments are welcome. Brief ones. Get a microphone. Somebody with a microphone. And then after that, I'm aiming at finishing in time. And believe me, I'll finish in time. I finish this program when? In time. There is no doubt.
Thank you very much, the Reverend Everett. Reverend Everett, actually, I want to appreciate you because there's a clip that came out when he was talking about his daughter, and he said, I can't give my daughter condoms to school. I actually got that clip out, and I used it in the faith leaders, so I thank you for being a champion, because I don't know whether you saw that clip of you talking about how you can't give your daughter condoms, because it yes, and I like it. And that's why I have a problem with SRHR. We are emphasizing rights on the expense of information. When it comes to Church of Uganda, I know we have had an issue with rights, and I know we are very comfortable with information. So the alliance, you need to come to agreement with us. But I want to thank you. The toolkit, I know that this toolkit was talked about, but I'm one of those who's championing this in the Anglican Church. I'm yet to actually interface with that toolkit. Every time we come and talk about this toolkit, I'm like, but where does it go? Can we have it? And can we interface with it? I think I appreciate the fact that ministry keeps talking about the adolescents, the young people being the biggest statistics. Can we see more intentional, deliberate approach to these young people? I think I've just been having a program and we talk about young people again, but I can tell you desperate young people out there don't think that they are majority in this country. And those of you who work with government and those of us who work in the churches, young people don't feel accepted and realized as majority. And I keep asking ourselves, how long are we going to talk about the statistics of their numbers? Yet in our churches, Bishop, I know you have a church. If I ask you how many young people come to your church and feel well accepted, including my own church, how many of them feel part of this church? How many of us feel part of these programs? And so I appreciate that we have statistics, but I think we need to do a little more better. And I like the topic today, strengthening faith-based actions and collaboration. I think that when I see the members of this alliance, Ministry of Health and some of the people we are not very comfortable with, because when we get together, there are things we talk about and we agree. When they go, they all have their own agenda. So I was looking at this alliance and says, this strengthening, are you sure we agree with everybody in this alliance and what they stand for? Can I see more faith stand out in this alliance? Because when you look at this alliance, the faith leaders are very few. And I don't know whether it is intentional or for us to just come on the sideline. But I think if we are part of you, let us see ourselves evident there. For example, I should want to see a Church of Uganda logo there, another logo for the born agains, another, because they are part of you, and that means their views are taken. But if this alliance is only those people I see there, I have issues with some of them. Then I hear you talk, the logos and the partners who are in this alliance. We look like we are not, we are only called here when it is our time for faith leaders, then we go away. And then there are people do their things with whoever is funding them, Minister of Health and Minister of Education. And I want to thank you, my brother from exactly, Bishop. Health facilities, I heard you say something about schools. I'm very cautious, and I know my brother from the province is also here to represent schools. We are not very comfortable when we talk about schools. Church of Uganda and many faith-based have schools. I interact with schools. When you do things for schools, I think engage with us a bit. I know the health ministry has been pushing for the school health policy. We have lots of issues even with that. So when you talk about schools engagement and facilities and linkages, I know that some of you even are giving commodities to children in schools. And thank you for saying that you're a parent, you're one of us. When you go and give commodities to children in the schools, are you saying you love them more than the parents or more than the church? So I think we need to agree on the linkages where you need to actually have health facilities and male empowerment. Thank you. I want to end with the engagement of both boys and girls. I know Church of Uganda has been doing very well in trying to campaign for the boy child. The Archbishop is very much in the champion of boy child and male. But I also want to appreciate that Ministry of Health has people who are called district health educators. Those are great people. I have used them. I had the opportunity to go all over the country as one of the responses with Church of Uganda, and I appreciated that Ministry of Health has these people in there. I hope they can be able to be linked with us. Because when I come here and meet doctor, I don't know where to find her again. But I found that these people in the local areas are actually very friendly, they have the right information, and they can actually work with us. But where do we get access to these people other than you? Because when we come here, we see you. When we go away, we don't know where to get to you. And the same thing with the AIDS Commission. When you sign these things and make them, I am part of the provincial advocacy for reproductive health. I have not had an opportunity to interact with you on how we can actually implement. So to move away from these boardroom things to the reality of how we work with you. So thank you very much for these initiatives. Can they come to us so that we just don't come here and they end here? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Richard. You know, for us faith-based organizations and religious leaders in particular, one of the things we are trained in is to tell the truth. But Richard, I think we are in the
recording
right,
in
the
progress.
Right on the right track. I had issues beginning with the with SRHR Alliance. I had issues with them, and I was worried. You people, my issue was, do you speak our language? But I want to thank them before you. They have listened, and they are yet to listen to us. They have listened, and they are yet to listen to us. Because the slogan is, nothing for us without us. Simple. And we have opened for them. There is no reason why they shouldn't speak with us. I am happy so far, and you know me. I am very happy with them so far. And I'm glad we are coming together again in this dialogue. The easier way would be to just say, we have endorsed, and you never see them again to ask them questions and challenge them the way you are challenging them. Keep talking. Before education, Mr. Semakura, don't ask a question before we ask you.
You called for comments and observation.
Mr. Semakura, I want to give you a whole session.
Okay, it's okay.
So I am dictating now. I am dictating, but positively dictating. Any other comment?
Thank you, moderator. I'm from Deja University. But even in high institutions of learning, we have young people. So I'm just wondering whether there is a way this program can even be embraced in high institutions of learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A brief one, I like that. Bishop, we're happy to have you in the house. And when a bishop asks, listen. When he comments, also, listen carefully. Sanitizer. Uh-huh. Let me help you with mine. Let me help you with mine. No, not prayer alone. Prayer is action-oriented.
This guy, pray. Even eating, we would be praying for God to feed, to put the food in the stomach.
Welcome, Bishop.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Albert Buyondo. I want to thank Reverend Richard for the concerns he has raised. My contribution towards that is I have always told, I think we were in another room somewhere. I told Jeno Katumba Wamala just a few months ago that religious leaders are called upon to do fire brigading most of the time. But the involvement of religious leaders so little. Not because they are not available, but because they think religious leaders, over they are very expensive. They need to go to boardrooms and, you know. But I want to tell you, the purpose of our service is for communities. Nothing else. Changing communities positively. But when you do things and you do them and you bring them here for endorsement for us to take pictures with people you call us, and so that you can have that thing, oh, they were there, so and so was there, so and so was there. We sometimes get disgusted. My request, these things, you made a statement where you're starting, and you said that if there is anywhere you need to invest in society, it is the best option is religious leaders. Because we do this in our society, in our communities. But one, we are not empowered. We are not empowered. We have no resources. The resources are so limited. And when you talk about them, they start, when you go there, when you go there, they bring this, and everything is financial. And for your information, you have the money. You have the money. Okay, it's little, but it can be shared and see how we can do it, how you can facilitate, not just to bring printed material. Because I can assure you, for us at the local church, pastor, apart from this oversight role, but the church I pastor, every holiday, we bring adolescents and teenagers and bring them together to talk about these things, giving them information because of what is happening in schools. In our church, we have a program that is taking care of about coming to 300 now, from kindergarten to university. Different universities, different colleges, different educational institutions, and we get all this information from these people, these young people. They share with us. We know what is happening, but we don't have resources that can help us hold those meetings. We can even hold them every weekend throughout the holiday. But when you think about what you're going to do, you need to feed them. You need to entertain them. You need to get this and that. We have no resources. But if you can avail yourselves in this, otherwise we can print and get all these, get this donor money and do whatever. But papers will be thrown out and they will rot. My point in here is, let us see how we can get to the grassroots with the religious leaders. Where needed, you come in these meetings. We agree on the message that has to be transmitted to them. We work together. Otherwise, we are not empowered. We have many of these people in our communities, in our churches, even those that don't belong to our religious sects or whatever. But when we call them as a youth meeting, they will come because they believe in us. Muslims believe in us. Catholics believe in us. Anglicans believe in us. When you say religious, at church, we will go. But when they come, this church leader who is there and, you know, even waiting for something and looking around, nothing is happening. They have, you know, I will not say all that, but you've gotten my message. That's my point. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Bishop. Issues of resources. Money rules the world. Without money, you can't give a speech, even if you are very intelligent. If you are tempted, you'll give a speech and nobody will clap. But someone with money will give a very useless speech, and at the end he says, I've given you millions of money, and the clap will take off the roof. So we need resources. Together we can get resources. I think that's a point well noted, Bishop. Right?
Well, good afternoon. Reverend Nathan Mugalu, those are my names. I am a counseling psychologist by profession, as well as a public health specialist, and I am ED at Family Salvation Foundation, Uganda. I must report myself that in the morning I'm the one who sat with Charles, and we worked out a model which is actually here on paper on how we can impact the young people, especially on issues of child protection and safeguarding. Now, the concerns from my fellow religious leaders are actually about engagement, and I'm happy to report that in our consecutive engagements, we have agreed that we are going to work out a mechanism where religious leaders from all over the country can be engaged and actually brought on board in as far as child protection and safeguarding is concerned, but also to respond to issues of sexual reproductive health. It's very true that coming here and attending meetings is not enough, because just like my bishop says, we are people of the ground. We are not people of so many words, groundwork. But also, we notice that religious leaders are not going to give us what they don't have. Canon Everett, you can attest to this, that we have so many of our colleagues on seeing the word SRH. They switch off on seeing that issue of rights. Now, as a national champion on SRH, I have labored to explain the word rights, what it means. Information is part of the rights, and also according to the Patients Charter from the Ministry of Health. But religious leaders, in a way, we are silent in a way that when somebody thinks about rights, the only thing that may come to a mind of an ordinary person would be homosexuality. That's why people have an issue with rights. Yet rights means a lot. People who were with us.
Hi Abu, how are you? I am seeking your guidance. How do I set Twitter space? We have a Twitter space on Wednesday. Nembade njagala kusetinga with a reminder. Could you help me share with me the procedure and things like that? Otherwise, nze mbuze.
And communicate very well to the people. I'm sure that we normally meet a lot of resistance from religious leaders on the ground, simply because we have not taken these messages to them and to contextualize them theologically. That's the same challenge we've had with HIV/AIDS. I am a former worker in the HIV sector. I am a graduate of Maldume, Uganda. That's why I worked in the adolescent program for some good years in my youthful days. So we need a lot of information. The other issue is this alliance. My brother here, Reverend Rukundo, is saying this alliance. Yes, we need to enter formal partnership as the church, such that we can be part of the alliance and also see what happens in the alliance. Personally, I am part of the alliance. I am part of the alliance, and I am trying to put there our voice of religion in the alliance. I am glad that we are going to have more engagements to see that the religious leaders are engaged. Lastly, we are going to use the religious leaders as champions themselves. We are glad that most of us here are champions of. Reverend Rukondo here is a champion of the boy and fatherhood. So everybody of us is a champion. I follow Bishop Buyondo silently. Okuva Mukamoli. He's also a very strong champion of health, men engagement, boy mentorship, and all those things. Therefore, we are going to rally this very strong team. One, for information. Number two, for engagement on the ground. Number three, demystification of the so many myths and misconceptions that come about, especially on issues of SRH. Thank you. I'll contribute more later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can summarize that as, if you package badly something that is good, the result will be rejected by those who don't understand the packaging. So we have really messed up the rights issue, and we need to unpack that and repackage properly, so that we minimize the resistance that it has of now, which is very, very unfortunate, because there's nobody who doesn't like rights. By the way, number one rights, human right, is what? A right to life. So how do you say you don't subscribe to rights? I need to live. The packaging has been bad. We need to sort that out. And we can only sort it out when we are in our own house. And I'm glad you put it right in the context of the people. The rights will be understood. That's how AIDS got to be understood. And we are able to influence the A and B. When the government and the Ministry of Health, I'm sorry to say, was running, and even UN, the whole of UN was running with the C. We came in, we influenced, we raised, everything. And we had A, B, and we did not kick off C, but we influenced and added value, and that's what we are working with. Can we add value to what SHR Alliance is already doing? You did it very well. Thank you very much. Yes.
Around with it, even the Ministry of Education and Health, that they see, since the religious leaders were not engaged on the C very well, we came to a time where they cement sexual promiscuity. Yet, we have issues of discordance. I personally gave out condoms because I could not allow my discordant couples to just be there. So that's what we're talking about, the value-based system. That the condoms, many people perceived condoms as promiscuity. Yet we had an instance where Reverend Nathan is HIV positive, his wife is negative, and Reverend Nathan has a responsibility of making sure that his wife does not seroconvert, you get? And by all means, condoms had to come in, you get that? Demystification of myths and wrong information about some of these scientific issues. Therefore, I am glad that Reverend Everett, you worked so much around the behavioral approaches of HIV prevention, as we tried to domesticate, as we tried to contextualize the biomedical approaches of HIV prevention.
Thank you very much. You are a brother. We will continue talking. The last comment, if it is there. If not,
thank you.
Who is there?
I'm here.
Last one. And then I will call Mr. Semakula to come in and tell us what he has for us. Thank you very much.
I'm Geoffrey Aduma from the Born Again Faith. I want to state as follows. One, as Born Again Faith, we've come a long way. And I can attest that at this stage, there's been much development, especially in addressing the social service issues. From the onset, people needed to be sensitized on, other than preaching at the pulpit, why we needed separate programs to be integrated in all that we do. I came in when one official was talking about creating safe spaces in our institutions that should provide accurate information. We, as a church, we have these spaces. Maybe the challenge could be on the accurate information being provided. And as a faith, we acknowledge that there is a proliferation of information in different media and different sources. Therefore, even as we give this information, it should not only be accurate, but it should also be religious-based. We've worked on several programs, just as the chairperson of AIDS Commission stated, and most of the literature we use in those pastoral letters have biblical quotations which are easily embraced when we reach out to people. Therefore, in the future, since we are now in the alliance, the most important thing is to build the capacity of our people, other than getting health workers to come. Even within church, we have those health workers, and even for sustainability purposes, that even when the project goes, we've built the capacity of our leaders, and we can sustainably disseminate this information. Then the other issue is about resistance. We had a challenge previously that our partners could do, for instance, just to go to a district with information. We want the leader for Born Again Faith, and in most cases, if you use that approach, you are bound to fail. The most appropriate that we've been encouraging our partners is to get authorization, or you need to inform the national leadership. You even not bother to call them, because once you get into the structure very well and you know how things move, and once they get information that it is from national, they'll easily embrace it. I'll give you a scenario. We were doing some work and we were using pastoral letters. The moment they read on a forward and it was signed by Apostle Dr. Joseph Serwada, there were no questions, because they knew the national leadership had given it a blessing. Otherwise, I want to end here by thanking you for engaging us, and we are still here. We shall continue partnering once given the opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here, excuse me, before that, there is one special comment that I must allow. One special comment. That one you take to him.
Senior Semakula, just allow me to respond to some issue that was raised by Reverend Richard as you set up. I'm sure it's already set up. I just would like to let Reverend know. I thought you were a part of the process of validating the toolkit, but since you are not, I would like to request that this is shared immediately so that everyone can have a copy. But we're also going to have further engagement on how you can use the tool. So that is assured. One thing about rights is that there's nothing in that area there which is different from what the government of Uganda is committed to and promotes. And we as an institution really engage openly on what we do with also different perspective. Reverend knows very well And one of the things that is very clear and why we are pushing for the interfaith approach is because we believe that the religious leaders have critical role to play. Actually, for me, I believe that in the long run, if we get clearly on how this SRHR information can be delivered from the religious perspective, we're actually going to have a biggest chunk of our work being done from the faith base, because that's where the young people are, that's where the parents are. So we all need to work together to build the faith-based approach and see how we can use it to get more work being done. But Bishop, please take it from me that we are very committed to work closely with you. It's good that we have you here. I'll request my colleague Margaret to take your details and we discuss how we can work further with you and your team. But be assured that that's really the approach we also appreciate. Thank you. And for the Ndejje University, definitely, Margaret will also pick your contact. Thank you.
Mr. Semakula, people are looking at you and they are not here in this room. Someone has questions from the online participants.
Before I even speak?
Yes, but don't go away. Sure. Yes.
Okay. I'll listen, but I'm very surprised.
You are relieved. He's a teacher by profession.
It is very okay. I'm a teacher myself, and I'm very used to questions. If they are there, I'll definitely
saying
answer them.
standing is not a problem. Mr. Semakula, sir, please deliver your message.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The name is confirmed as Semakula, given to me by my grandfather from the Rugave clan. But when my father took me to Rubaga Church for baptism, the priest named me Henry. So my names are Henry Semakula. And I'm glad to be part of this dialogue because I'm a Christian, I'm a religious person. Therefore, when there's religious engagement, I really love to be present. Some of you may not even know that I'd wanted to become a priest, only that this very beautiful girl passed in front of me and diverted my journey. Otherwise, by this time, I think I would be a vicar general somewhere. Thank you very much. I was given 15 minutes, and I'm not used to speaking for 15, but I'll try. And part of the 15 is going to be a quick response to a few issues, not just necessarily a response, but my submissions. One, our dear MC reminded us about the importance of organizations like Scouts and Girl Guides. And I just want to call upon all of us. Yes, Boys and Girls Brigades. But there are so many other organizations at that level that are very useful. From the Catholic Church, for example, we have what they call the Xaverians. They dress like Scouts. But we also have Scouts and many other groups. So I just want to call upon us. Whichever school we have an attachment to, let us really open up those organizations. They are very good in life skills and teaching so many other things. My next observation is coming from presentation from Dr. Mukoyo. He mentioned the number of girls that were claimed to have been pregnant in the year 2021. And I wanted us to translate those figures as educationists. If on average each school is 500 learners, how many schools will you have coming from 290,000 people? When you divide that 290 by 500, I'm sure you'll get something like 580 schools. So my point is, let's stop looking at them as just numbers. Numbers of girls who got pregnant. Just imagine they're on assembly and you're seeing 500 like this, one school, another 500 like that. So that was very important. It reminds us that we really have to do a lot. Again, from your message, sir, you mentioned the role of religious leaders.
Recording in progress.
And it goes hand in hand with the role of cultural leaders. And just yesterday, my cultural leader, the Kabaka of Uganda, rallied, I don't know how many we are, but I'm sure we're even beyond 1 million, rallied us for a run whose intention was focusing on HIV prevention. And I tell you, the message sank. So, religious leaders, if the Pope says it, I keep mentioning how I'm a Catholic, but that is not the big thing. But I know that if the Pope even writes a pastoral letter, everybody in the villages is interested to know Papa yagambye chi. And therefore, at the end of the day, the message will be taken. And finally, from what other people said, I think it was Reverend who was worried about services taken to schools, and was worried about certain funny services. For us at Ministry of Education, we are very keen on who, first of all, works in our schools. There must be an agreement. We must even understand what engagement you want to take at school, because we have been in it. One organization had been allowed to collaborate with schools on computer matters, but they ended up providing sexuality education, which was out of Uganda's context. So we've learned, and we know, once bitten, twice shy. We don't allow any services. But we may want to know that there are services that are appropriate in a school environment. And Dr. Justin can confirm. Immunization, we do. Vaccination, we do. We vaccinated, for example, 10-year-old girls for HPV. And you know this has happened in our schools. Deworming, we do. Vitamin A supplementation, we do. We are currently working with Ministry of Health to also do TB screening, because TB has been found a challenge in our schools, and just one case can really be very dangerous. I know that doctor even understands the challenges around HIV testing, but if it were possible, we would also openly do it. But what we do is to link up with facilities around us, because there's a guideline on HIV testing. Otherwise, the point was, we only stick to what is acceptable in the school context. By the way, we also do pregnancy tests. That's how we find out that some girls are pregnant, and then we guide them accordingly. Now, finally, to my presentation, and as I get to my presentation, I want to also answer the question raised by Charles. If you are looking for people to engage, and you have your money, whom shouldn't you leave? I just want to confirm that Ministry of Education knows religious leaders must be among the first. Why? Because of the following. Number one, they are very knowledgeable. Many religious leaders have gone to school. Number two, they are updated. I see many of my Catholic priests really researching on everything that happens. So ask them about fistula, they know. Ask them about teenage pregnancy, they know. But some people assume that they only know spiritual matters. No, please. Many of them are actually professional doctors and nurses. If you go to Chibuli Hospital, you find there are so many Muslim clerics, some of them sheikhs, original doctors. Go to Rubaga Hospital, go to Mengo. Many of them religious, but also professional. So if you just want to leave them behind, you are doing yourself a disservice. They are versatile, they are available, they have a lot of time on them, they are approachable, they listen to everyone. Somebody said they are believed in, and many times those of us who follow them just know whatever they are saying is gospel truth, or it is Quran truth, if it is Sheikh saying it. So who is that one who doesn't want to work with them? They are great influencers. I hear these days we have media influencers. But you don't forget we have religious leaders as big influencers with big congregations. They are well structured. And this is something critical for people in this room. If you are looking for a structure that comes from up to the bottom, you can easily get it. I don't know where Islam starts from at the village level. Because my side there's a Kabondo, then you go to parish, then sub-parish, then all the way up to. There's leadership at all levels. Islam starts with a mosque, and then it goes all the way up to Chief Card and whoever it is. And of course, they meet believers every day, and they talk to all types of people. And of course, they mind their context. They don't simply say things. Wherever they are mindful of who is present. So ladies and gentlemen, for those reasons, for us at education, we believe in them so much. When you go to research how many of our institutions are founded by the church, so many. How many are founded by Islam? So many. Therefore, even when we are drawing a curriculum or anything to do in school, we know that they are critical, they must contribute. Now to the discussion, which now has about 8 minutes because I've stolen all the others. They told me to present on guidelines on prevention and management of teenage pregnancy, which guidelines also double as the guidelines on re-entry. I know that I'm preaching to the converted because these guidelines have been around for some time. So in the introduction there, we are just reminding ourselves how the population of Uganda is and how many young people we have. And we are also reminding ourselves that many times these young people are in school. I don't know if many of you know how many days are in a term. The reverends, of course, know, and the sheikhs who are attached to schools. Originally it was, I think, 91 days. But are you aware we've added 2 weeks to catch up with lost time? So it is over 100 days in school, away from home. That means that as a school, we must do something around the health of our young people. The statistics are shown also on how the teenage pregnancies are flowing. But in the next slide, and I know that Margaret just didn't want to hand out these physical copies because she wanted you to listen to me. But to my religious leaders in here, everybody will go out with the guideline because this is the guideline. Me, I'm only making a quick summary about it. And in the quick summary, we are mentioning that they are based on 3 domains. These guidelines are based on 3 domains. The first domain is what we are calling the domain of impact, and here we are saying that before you castigate the teenage mother and refuse her to go to school and do all other things, and even call her a sinner because she went pregnant, this must also be in your mind that if you let teenage pregnancies continue just anyhow, fertility is also going to grow. The population is going to grow very fast if our mothers begin producing at that age. For example, if a mother started at 13 and is producing after every 2 years, by menopause, how many children will he have? Menopause is 40 plus. The doctors know more. But there are also health issues and nutrition issues if they simply produce anyhow. Remember the issues of producing prematures, and sometimes I talk some little medical language, but I copy the things from Dr. Justine. If you allow the teenagers to produce, then they produce prematures and all those issues follow. Education outcomes are affected when our young people get pregnant, of course, participation and decision making. Somebody has just said that when you are rich, you can speak and people even clap. But many times, if people also think you don't know, then they will not listen. So they can listen more if you have gone to school. That is one reason behind our thinking that even where this teenage girl, maybe had gotten into the wrong, as some people have said, let's give her a chance to come again, so that as she grows, she can be able to be part of those who can make decisions. But if you stopped in P2, what are you telling the village? If you stopped in senior 2 because you dropped out because of teenage pregnancy. Then we're also talking of the other impacts. Productivity and earnings and consumption is low when young people get pregnant and produce early. Public expenditure, I know the medical people in here and doctor over here knows the cost that government is putting on managing teenage mothers, but also on managing the adult mothers. So we really must have some concern here, the non-monetary and all the other. But of course, at the end of the day, there's perpetuation of poverty and inequality if teenage pregnancies continue. Now, all this falls in our background as we try to introduce the ideas as to why we had to organize the guidelines. And the question here is why the guidelines? The reasons are also very clear. Some people have already said, when these teenagers produce, they encounter a lot of ridicule and discrimination, discriminatory language. Out there, I don't know if you have heard what the villagers call these girls who have delivered. Mama wabana, Ofleya, Nalongo, even when they are not Nalongo. Some of them, when they go to school, they nickname them all sorts of names. There is lack of systematic approach by schools to teenage pregnancy. What has been happening once a pregnancy occurs? What has been happening? Go home. Even the way you go, nobody minds. But there's a psychosocial challenge, and I hear Reverend over there is a counseling psychologist. If this girl, in the eyes of the community, is a wrongdoer, and even in the hands of her very home, she's a wrongdoer, and you simply suspend her on assembly and tell her to go home, do you think she's getting back to the community? Do you even think she's getting home? She may decide to go and hide. She may decide to go and hang. She may actually decide to go and permanently get married because instead of getting back home. So there are all these issues and there are contradictions on sexuality. Thank God the previous speakers have said a lot about this. As a country, this word sexuality has been giving us shivers, but also thank God we are slowly unlearning the shivers. I think people are even now beginning to mention it. As Minister of Education, what we were told to reject completely, even when we are trying to consult on the sexuality framework, was the C. However much the C will be defended by whoever wants to defend it, we said, okay, the starting point should be putting that aside so that we can understand what is the content in the remaining bit. And ladies and gentlemen, the content in the remaining bit is not very scary. It is almost the same as what we've been doing before. We know that we have been having PSA, for example, Presidential Initiative on AIDS Strategy for Communication to the Youth. And what was the message in there? Growth and development, issues of puberty, issues of menstruation, HIV prevention, adherence, and so on. So much as this name has been giving us trouble, we think it is not so bad. But this also forms part of the background why we thought we must have some attention to the girl. In the next slide, we are mentioning so many other legal frameworks that support the fact that the framework on re-entry is also important. And I previously heard some people call it a policy. It is not a policy. I want to just remind us in here, policy and guideline are different. I don't know if there's anybody who wants to give us the difference. Difference between a guideline and a policy? Eh? Nobody has I know you have. My brother James, for example, understands, but he's still just trying to buy time before he can contribute later. Otherwise, policy is a must. Implementation. Guideline is that the way we see things, this can work. The way we see things, this can work. So in your context, if it doesn't work exactly as guided here, you can work according to how that context allows. That is what a guideline is about. Much as you'll find some use of the word shall, the word shall is not so much intended for a guideline. It is more of a policy. The guideline is about will. So that if the situation does not arise in that situation, you change accordingly. So there are a number of frameworks, national and international. I don't need to repeat these. The next slide. These are national now. Our constitution talks of the right to education. So if you discriminate now the one who has produced, it means you are denying them their right. And people were mentioning rights here, but I think we also forget a very critical right that even we share here. The right to worship. The right to worship is one of them. The right to education and so on. So under the cover of all those rights, we are saying the Ugandan Constitution reminds us of the right to education. The health sector has a development plan and it has a lot of stuff for adolescents and young people. The National Adolescent Health Policy, the current one of 2019, reminds all sectors to do their part on adolescent health. The National Strategic Plan on Girls' Education in Uganda also talks of addressing barriers to girls' ability to complete the education. And this strategy was drawn from a serious research. This one, where we established that girls and women were missing out on so many issues, including missing out on admission at higher institutions of learning. I don't know whether some of you have noted that of late girls have overtaken boys at admission, at university, but also at primary we are beyond average. Maybe secondary, this is where we have a challenge. But all that is partly coming from a national strategic plan on girls' education that was drawn earlier, which also reminds us to provide some attention to their health. Next slide. What is the purpose? Of course, our main intention, and this is important, our main intention as a sector is to prevent pregnancy. But we also know that however much we prevent, it will happen, and it has happened, and we've seen the figures. And we also know that when it happens, now the big question is, should we throw away completely those to whom it has happened? And it's good I'm also talking to a converted audience. We in church and in the mosque have really preached against all sorts of evil since the world started. Have people ever stopped sinning? Sometimes they even come with more grievous evil and you wonder whether we are doing any work. You wonder. But it is really very sad. We just have to continue. So our main intention is to prevent, and this guideline provides a detail of how schools can prevent. But we are saying in the event that it has happened, what can the school do at their level? And we are mentioning a detail of what the school can do. But at the end of the day, we are saying, instead of continuing to chase away this girl, throw the girl to the world and so on, let us allow the girl to come back under certain conditions, and we highlight them in the guideline. Next slide. Specific objectives. These I've explained already. Just go ahead. They are guiding principles in implementing this guideline. And guiding principles are common to all guidelines and policies. As a country, we are maintaining the rights-based approach, but we are looking at the rights that we are able to accommodate without question. The right to education, the right to life, the right to information, and so on. Trauma-informed approach, because we know these girls are going through a lot, including the naming and shaming. Gender and disability responsive approach is part of the principles we are following in this guideline. Principle of confidentiality, which has been not happening before. I told you earlier, this girl who gets pregnant, you'll find the school organizing an assembly and telling the whole school how Nabatans of Senior 2 is seriously pregnant, and how she must go home. And the whole school comes out to see this girl go. Okay, that was good enough to punish those who are not pregnant. But what are you now doing to the psychology of this girl, whom you are suspending on assembly, with everybody watching, and with the news people also around? That was unfortunate. So we are saying, let's also respect confidentiality, age appropriateness, preparedness and rehabilitation. This girl needs rehabilitation. If she took herself there and risked and got pregnant, she needs rehabilitation. But we are also aware, even from the recent lockdown, that many of them didn't get pregnant on their own. And people have already mentioned the statistics. The lockdown locked them with the very serious sinners, if I may say. And then the sinners caused the trouble to them. And then building strong partnerships and linkages. We know as a sector we can't do this alone. That's why there's a serious call in this engagement that all our religious leaders come together, and active participation and involvement. Next slide. Key sections of the guidelines. Prevention is our key, but we're also looking at what schools can do in management, and at the end of the day, how do they re-enter? The next one, which are now the real guidelines on prevention. For prevention, we are just reminding schools to actually do the usual things. Teach those learners life skills. Tell them how to negotiate. Tell them how to be creative. Tell them how to be assertive. And they won't get pregnant early. But we're also reminding them about safety nets, having good friends, healthy clubs, peer-to-peer learning, and all that. These are approaches that have been existing before. We also continue in the next slide to tell them something about managing. If this girl is pregnant, what can you do at school level? Identify a trained school counselor to counsel the girl, but also other girls. Invite parents and let them get involved in this discussion. If you simply let this child go home without the parents having prior knowledge, there can be trouble. What way of Vayonga Bamugambye, Mwana Gono Malokoma Wanongo Libuto, Kutemamu. Haven't we heard those voices? We've heard those voices. I'll disown you, I'll throw you in fire. And indeed some parents have done it. Olaba kubowe bitano, asudde bitano, ne bamuocha engalo. Naye ate olubuto. Invite parents, let them be part of the discussion, and then head teacher and other staff members should handle such cases professionally. Care should be taken. There must be an agreement, a committal from the child. I'll not do it again. I'll not risk if the child is the one who risked. Then the school counselor, including health workers, also have their roles. In the next slide, Margaret, I am mentioning something to do with management still. The school should have clear communication channels, but not simply rely on rumors. Of course, we also remind them to first check before they declare one pregnant. Ladies and gentlemen, the medical people will tell you that there are many things that can make the stomach grow. So you don't simply look at a person and you say he's pregnant. Haven't we seen many men with this one? Are they pregnant? I don't want to ask the medical people to tell us what brings the stomach out. Otherwise, they have about 5 areas. So it's not a matter of rumors. Pregnant girls shall be allowed and encouraged to stay for 3 months. Now, this was our arrangement, that we can allow them to stay for 3 months, and then after that, after establishing they are pregnant, they can go home mandatorily to continue with their antenatal until when they deliver. But just about a month ago, Cabinet guided, and Cabinet had consulted some religious leaders, we are told, as well as the Mothers Union of Uganda, and they said, no, the picture of this girl staying in school is not fine. So Cabinet has guided that we review that very part of keeping them in school for 3 months to 0 time. Cabinet says once the girl is found to be pregnant, let her go home. And let her stay home until she delivers. And when she delivers, let her stay home for another year. That is what Cabinet has guided. But the question that we may need to discuss more around here is, what does it mean now for this teenager who has been pregnant to stay home for another 2 years? Do you know what it means? The chances of conceiving again are very high. The chances of engaging all the boys around the village are very high. Also picking on HIV. If she's this girl whose husband denied the pregnancy, she's looking for survival. The chances of getting into sex work are very high. The chances of delivering again are definitely, and more stigma around the village. So we could review more and see, as a sector we are saying, maybe you can request Mama to go back and re-engage the Cabinet to see whether we can actually have an adjustment in here. But we had mentioned those, and then we are requesting the schools to be flexible, In the next slide, flexible and allow. In the management, you're also telling the schools to allow to sensitize other learners against stigma. I mentioned already. Keep in touch with the girls' families so that they know what is happening. Counsel the parents, because in the African context, whatever befalls our children may even pain us more than. Then in the next slide, we are talking of management of re-entry now. What are our proposals for re-entry? We are saying it is okay for the parent and guardian to seek readmission of their daughter. For us, we had said after 6, but the other new one says no, it should be a year. Head teachers provide necessary help to readmit. And maybe one thing that worries the public, we are not insisting that this girl should get back to the school where she was, because we also know what follows. That is where she will be stigmatized most. She has a choice to go there also, but we are reminding that school that she shouldn't be condemned as evil. She can come back. After all, there are many other women. By the way, people of my age, if you are being honest, many of our mothers were teenage mothers. They produced us at 17, 18, 16. Why? Because at that time, the education of women was not treasured so much. Their final destiny was marriage and marriage and marriage. The mama wange yanzala 17. Head teacher shall provide necessary readmission, signing a commitment form on issues of conduct, because we are saying we shouldn't just carry this girl as if she's now a small god. We should also caution her in case she was the one who risked. Then a guardian should be counseled on importance of postnatal care, because this is also important. Yes, she blundered if she blundered, but the health must also continue properly. And so she needs to go to medical facilities. Next slide, I'm just trying to rush. The school administration shall allow adolescent mothers to rejoin the class where they were. If the pregnancy happened at senior 3, we are telling them to readmit at senior 3. The challenge now is going to be, I don't know whether many of you are aware about the new curriculum. If you get pregnant now in senior 3 and you go home for 2 years, we can no longer readmit you in senior 3, because you must actually get back to senior 1 and catch up with the assessment. The current senior 3 is the one that is ending the old system of results, final results at the end. The new curriculum carries along marks that you collect from senior 1 and senior 2 from continuous assessment. So if you're senior 3 and you repeat now, then you will not have marks from continuous assessment. Otherwise, our guidance was that, if possible, let the child repeat from where she stopped. Responsibilities of students, they must also be reminded, and then linkage to community facilities for care is also important. The care could take the form of material things, it could take psychosocial support, it could even take medical services, and so on. We've heard of organizations like, for example, Hope After Rape. If this girl was raped and she became pregnant, such an organization can be linked to her for support. And then map out various modes of disseminating information, just like I'm trying to do. Then support co-cultural activities to enable learners acquire life skills. And then the next slide is talking of mobilization of actors. And the actors here are very many, but I want to concentrate on the actors in this room. Just get to the next slide. I see. Did I put something for the actors in this room? Okay, I have something for the actors in this room from this one. My last slide there is just a reminder to us that the teenage pregnancies indeed occurred. These are things that came in the papers. This is Daily Monitor of that date in 2021. 5,200 Butaleja teenagers impregnated in 2 years. That was still early, by the way. Teenage mothers in Namisi Indwa district receive goats to help them generate income. Statistics from Kwania districts, the statistics were not good. And I think this picture was taken from Kwania. Where is this one? 13-year-old primary 7 candidate in Mpigi district has given birth. Just go to the next page. People are waiting to hear their districts. Chegegwa battles high teenage pregnancies. This was a report in 2021, but now things have even gone far worse. 1,300 schoolgirls conceived in Rukunjiri in 7 months. By that time, they were scared of only 1-3. But if you get to Rukunjiri now, the figure was higher. Daily Monitor, 1,800 girls impregnated in 90 days in Tororo. And those of Tororo, when you read the story, we are told they were impregnated mainly by road constructors. Road constructors. We have a duty to preach to the road constructors. We encourage them to come to church. Masaka records 7,000 teenage pregnancies in the lockdown. And then they observe as Zombo district registers. Okay, these are just statistics quickly taken from a few districts. And I'm very sure that is the last slide.
Thank you very
but
much.
As the slide, as I just go down to sit, I just leave those questions for you. How do we popularize the guidelines to generate effective response? Currently, they are not very popular in some circles. We even have a few religious leaders that had said, no, for us we shall not allow these girls in our. But of late, we are speaking the same language. What are the roles and responsibilities of all of us? This is what you've heard already. And then, what do we do to make every girl count? How do we generate evidence for effective planning? Finally, when you open these guidelines, the key signatory who wrote the foreword is the Honorable Minister of Education. She's a very religious person and belongs to the born-again churches and listens in a lot to issues of the church and to issues of parents. She endorsed this guideline. The permanent secretary then also endorsed, and he wrote the acknowledgement. At the end of the day, all the detail in here was the result of a consultative process, which is actually mentioned in the hind pages. And just to pick out one, very many people were consulted, but one of the people consulted were faith leaders. Faith leaders are mentioned here through the different organizations. Only that we may not have reached out to each individual faith leader. Sometimes we try to use interreligious counsel, but we are guided that maybe when you use interreligious, you don't hear the specific voices of the different denominations. So we actually switched, and I know there are people here who can bear me witness. Somebody said it is difficult to reach the religious leaders. For us at ministry, it has never been difficult. We went to Rubaga and met the bishop. We met to the Episcopal Conference in Zambia. I was part of the team. We met a team of bishops led by Bishop Ziwa. We went to Pentecostal churches, and I'm sure some faces here were there in Endeavour. We are consulting on two things, re-entry guideline. Is it Endeavour? Najana Nkumbi. I think it is the Apostle Serwada who actually gathered all the others. The challenge is that when we meet them, it can't be that all of them have given 100% consent. But we pick the ideas, and indeed we picked them. We went to the Muslim circles. He'll bear me witness. We went all the way to Muslim Supreme Council at Chibuli and met the leaders there. But we are told Chibuli is not enough. You also need to go to Old Kampala. He was part of the team at Old Kampala. We were there and we met them. We met the SDA leadership at Makerere as you slope down towards former Kampala High. So the fact is we consulted, but that wouldn't stop a few voices from still asking a few questions. And we gladly receive those questions always. We explain what we can't, and we keep listening to them for more guidance, as they have always done. Thank you very much.
Good enough, you have given us the books, the guidelines for us to read. So I encourage each one of us to read details. And Bwana Semakura, I'm always on, sometimes I'm on TV, I'm in the social media. The way we package the messages that come out is what actually biases the communities. You only hear the Ministry of Education has allowed pregnant women, pregnant girls to go back to what? To school. They don't give the media. You want to, if we have to convert, we must begin with the media. Media has confused the communities more than anything. I'm sorry to be biased, but I think they can do better. Packaging again. Somebody on the line. Do we have the voice already? No. Again? Okay. I'm informed by public health that sitting too much can cause a lot of problems. Can we rise and stand a little bit as we reorganize ourselves? You know, sitting too much from what? Yes, the messages are good, but they can be very bad for your health, right? So stretch a little bit, and at this point, I will dissolve this table. I will dissolve this table. Thank you very much. Yeah, now we can, if you have stretched enough, you can sit. You can resume your seats. But we want to thank Mr. Semakula. You did very well. How are we doing, the online people?
The only small one I forgot was that for candidates, they are allowed to come and sit. The 2 years, the 1 year does not affect them. So if a candidate is pregnant, as in P7, and then senior 4 and senior 6, they are free. But also to emphasize the suicide tendencies, if you have been keen, she heard of the university girl, but you've just lost a month ago, we lost a girl from Wanyange Girls, and when we went to investigate, something was attached to SRH that actually caused her death. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Semakura. You have to keep talking. You have to keep talking, you have to keep disseminating this information, because what is missing and what misleads people out there is not necessarily because they are rejecting the message, but if the message is not clear, it will cause problems. Yes, the online people, before we usher in the panelists. Somebody from the Ministry of someone from the Ministry of Gender is coming on board. It is a very important ministry.
No, it's the person.
While we wait for anybody with a burning comment. Especially the religious leaders who are here. That thing is not going to work as of now. The religious leaders, you can write your comments down, because we want to make a follow-up on what you raise, especially on Mr. Semakula's presentation. I know it is it is key in this whole business that we are talking about. So I encourage you to write your comments, and we shall deliver them to the rightful authorities to make comments and give you feedback, because we want to be on the same page. By the time we leave here, we should be on the same page, as opposed to going out with hanging questions and issues. Allow me again to usher in our panelists, and they have a very brief assignment that they are going to do with us. They are only going to tell us. It is a simple one. Tell us from the time we came here and made commitments with our elders, what has been happening in our respective institutions, faith-based institutions. And maybe you need to be reminded on the guidelines, on the commitments that were signed. We, who was saying, the leadership of the different faith and cultural institutions gathered in today's dialogue, that was on the 8th, June 8th, 2021, last year, at this hotel. Acknowledge that poverty, HIV and AIDS, gender-based violence, female genital mutilation, and cutting and low participation in secondary education affects the health and well-being of adolescents and young people in Uganda. That was the opening statement from our religious leaders, together with the traditional leaders or cultural leaders. I will not read the whole. Hello. Yes. Given that background, what did they commit? Yes, use of our faith channels, platforms, and schools, places of worship, and other structures to reach out to adolescents and young people with health preventive and promotive messages. That was number one commitment. 2, make our health facilities, education institutions, and other structures adolescent and youth friendly. 3, develop policies, strategies, and frameworks to guide our in-reach and outreach programs to adolescents and young people. And 4, meaningful involvement of religious and cultural institutions or leaders in the design and implementation, monitoring of adolescent health programs and policies at all levels. And 5, establish a cultural and religious institutions coordination mechanism on adolescent health. Strengthen health education at our health facilities and extend capacity building, coaching, and mentorship of health workers on adolescent and maternal health. 7, ensure targeted programs and reach out to adolescents and young people at risk with health information and services. 8, source, generate, and provide data on the status of adolescent health to enable government, donors, and development partners make decisions and take actions to promote adolescent health. And 9, build institutional capacity of religious and cultural leaders on adolescent health promotion and ensure mainstreaming at all levels. And 10, introduce and strengthen youth days, activities and programs in our religious and cultural practices, rituals, ceremonies, and events. And 11, engage donors and other development partners to avail resources to initiate and promote adolescent health programs with specific resources allocated to faith-based organizations and cultural institutions. And number 2, resolution, meaningful involvement of young people in health programs and policies, the young people themselves. And then engage media platforms on issues of young people for better health programming, policy implementation, and reaching out to the young people. Resolution number 14, appropriate adolescent health message packaging and language. And then promote positive parenting behavior among parents. And 16, engage with the government to ensuring that 1, adolescent health is prioritized in the government development and budget and plans. 2, child protection laws and policies are developed and enforced. 3, there adequate provision of quality adolescents and youth-friendly services, and to expedite implementation of the parenting guidelines and ensure completion and approval of the family health policy. This was signed by all the religious institutions that were in attendance that time, and we have an evidence-based document that speaks to that, which was actually signed. I wish we copied that and pasted, because me in research, if I don't see someone's signature, it is as if it is forged. But I was there, religious leaders signed, and we have that documentation with us. So thank you very much. And Mr.
Recording
Panelist,
stopped. Recording in
basing on
progress.
these commitments that were made, maybe we'll hear how you have responded to all these commitments. I know 1 year may not be enough for all these commitments, but at least one step in the right direction is very, very important. Right? Thank you very much. That's what we are working with. And we have our panelists, Reverend Nathan Molondo. You can raise your hand so that they know. Yes. And we have Pastor Edward Lubega. And we have Reverend Richard Rukundo. And we have Sheikh Mohammed Aluma, sorry. Yes. Sheikh Aruma, and the rest, you are most welcome. Tell us briefly what you have been doing in your respective institutions, and then we'll open it up to the... Oh, there is Kazugwe of SDA. How did I miss you? Are you around? Mr. Kazugwe? SDA. Orthodox. Oh. Yeah, you know we can have Mr. Kazugwe in SDA and Mr. Kazugwe in where? In Orthodox. Sorry for that mix. Mr. Kazugwe from the Orthodox Church, you're most welcome. You can take up this seat. The last one actually was reserved for you, I guess. So it is, I'm going to begin with Mr. Kazugwe. Yes, you can be the last but the first now. Yes, from the SDA point of view, so the Orthodox part, what have you done in accordance with the commitments that were made?
Thank you, Reverend Ivat.
I've been, okay, you've seen the situation I've come, but based on what has been raised, we've been, as the Orthodox Church, we've been doing in line almost whatever in line of the document that has been presented. We've held community dialogues focused on HIV/AIDS, gender-based violence, and reproductive health. We've held radio talk shows that are focused on the same. These are, we invite the community development officers, the CLOs, religious leaders, and other partners to exchange views on sexual reproductive health, and then the community gives in their input. Our bishops, or the leadership, have been on the front line. I think you remember the late Archbishop John Alwanga. When we are approaching COVID time, he used to speak about HIV, that now people are just thinking of COVID, they are forgetting the HIV. So we've been involving the top leadership of the church to speak out on this. Youth, the youth leadership have come up with a management system within the church, whereby they get to report their challenges to a certain desk. This came up, I think it is like 2 years old, because it was after realizing that these challenges are real and they are killing up the youth. This is off-head. I didn't know that I would be here before you, but I would have been very organized. We've printed the chairman board HIV/AIDS commission talked about the pastoral letter. Those pastoral letters, as church, also customized the pastoral letters to our context as Uganda Orthodox Church. We have pastoral letters that are used by religious leaders to address issues of HIV and GBV. And we've empowered teachers in our schools. We are very few as Orthodox, but we have schools. I may be the only Orthodox person now here among you, but when we are select, there are many Catholics, Muslims, Anglicans, but in a special way, as an Orthodox, I have to say, being few, we are few, but we've tried to see that we do the needful in line with what we are talking about today. I want to thank you. As time goes on, I'll be in position to add on, but as a member of IRCU, Inter-Religious Council of Uganda, whatever is being done in addressing HIV/AIDS, GBV at that umbrella organization, IRCU, we are doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. I think you have done it off head, and if you don't participate, you cannot get anything off head. That shows that you have been there. Thank you very much. Next is our Sheikh Aluma. I got it now.
Muhammad Ali Aluma. Thank you. First of all, I thank you, Reverend, for the wonderful moderation. May God bless you. And thank our brothers, that is SRHR Alliance. I remember I was personally here, and I signed on behalf of Uganda Muslim Supreme Council the commitment, and today I'm here to report of so far what we have done. I remember after signing the commitments, the first Friday of the following week, His Eminence the Mufti of Uganda came up with a message that was distributed all over the structures of Uganda Muslim Supreme Council related to the SRH in the whole country. That was the first. And through that message was converted into a sermon that was read all over the country on how we should treat our young children and how we should always provide for them whatever they want and avoid them from all what will affect them. That was the first activity that we carried out. We decided to strengthen the Muslim Students Association in various institutions. If you go to those, any institutions, even if it is a Catholic or Protestant institutions, wherever Muslim students are in those schools, you will find they have the association called Musao. They have Mumsas, the what, it's there. So we've strengthened them by giving them the skills on how to handle the SRH. And they've been doing so great. Yesterday we had meeting with the patrons of the central region. And one of the topics that was discussed was the issues of taking back our young sisters to school, because they have already faced challenges. They are pregnant, and so. But how do we now integrate them back to the system? We've also realized that there was already a problem that some of the young girls who have given birth and they have that bit of challenge, others will not wish to go back to school because you don't force them. So His Eminence the Mufti decided that let us open up a skilling training center at headquarters, which is now functioning, and so far we are training many young girls on different skills. It's moving on. It's now kind of economic empowerment for our sisters. Then in our health facilities, we've been providing them with all the health services, the guide, counselings, and what we know we have all over the country have health facilities, and we've been working closely with them. We've also realized, you know, the COVID taught us some good lesson. If you hear from the presentations here, they were showing us that school is the safe place for keeping our children. So we've realized, His Eminence realized that there was problem with our families. Because all along we used to know that the first school is what? Our homes. Now, why is it that even we are fearing to take up our responsibility, and you know, we even chase the children? You go back to school. When is it? When are they opening schools? Let them go there. So parents have forgotten their responsibilities. Now we are embarking on giving them more education on how they can take good care of their children, because there's a very big problem already in line with that. And to make matter worse, Mr. Semakula, we've realized that there's a problem with boy child. I think because we've given more time to the girl child, empowered them, now they have grown up, they're educated, you know, they are working in big offices. That's why you hear in, is it Bukede TV, men coming and trying to, you know, there's a program, Abanyonya, you know, say, I want a lady who is very rich, who is having money, I know bialina. They don't want to work and earn a living so that they can also take care of their families, but they want to get the ones that have. So it has been a problem, and we are trying to see how best we can address some of these challenges, because we are having a lot of single mothers now all over the country. So we are trying to work on that. Now, let me go to the challenges briefly. One, as we've said, the toolkit we are in need of the toolkits. Please provide us with the toolkits. We need to look through it and come up with the. We want to either Islamize it or Christianize. How do you say? Yes. So that we can have a document that can be, accepted by everyone. So kindly we request you to provide us those documents. Our sheikhs, through our structures, we've realized that they lack knowledge about the SRH. So we need to carry out more trainings so that we empower them on the rights of these young children. Funding has been a problem, and it is. Therefore, I would request, as one of the way forward, can't our brothers, the SRHR Alliance, can't we work as a consortium, come up with the project proposal, all of us as team, and we look for funding so that we can work together as a team. The reason why I like you people, we have been moving around with my colleagues here, you can see them, but the civil society organizations have been attacking us. In fact, whenever we go for their meetings, it's a game of blame, all on what? On religious institutions. But now here, we can sit together, we interact, we dialogue, which is really very, very healthy. And if you have that approach, I'm sure we shall achieve a lot. But the moment we always go for your meetings and you attack us, you say, these religious leaders, they're the problem, they're this and that, I doubt if we can achieve anything, because we have the mass with us. Briefly, that is what I can say. I thank you all. We are ready to continue with the partnership. I thank you.
Have a sheikh who is on top of something.
Thank you.
I like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to thank my brother, and I want to appreciate on the last point he said that we are not very comfortable in meetings where we are in blame games. And I'm glad you've been very honest to say it to the members of this alliance. Please. Actually, there are some members, Reverend Eva, that we don't see face to face now. I don't want to name shame there, but I almost did, who have taken it that we are the problem and they are the solution. But the alliance team members can come to me and I will tell them those members. What have we done? I think we have taken on the information of saying faith leaders must also incorporate this. Church of Uganda organizes many conferences, youth camps, conventions. We have now resolved that actually every activity that happens for young people, we also need to talk about sexuality and give the right information. And we have also realized within the church that we have the right people who can actually confidently address them. At the end, I will mention something, a statement that what we actually came, but we actually realized that we have these events and we actually can use them other than preaching the gospel, also mention some of these things. We have also been reviewing, the Archbishop formed a team, which I'm part of, and we are reviewing the National Sexuality Framework. Mr. Semakula, this is your information. There's a team the Archbishop put together, and we have had a number of meetings, and we are reviewing the National Sexuality Framework to see the things we agree with and the things we don't agree with. And we're doing it word by word, so that I think from the minister, the Honorable Minister, Mama Janet, through the Archbishop, agreed to support Church of Uganda to actually look at it, because we had issues with it, and they were saying, what are the issues? So this team is meeting again actually this week, and I think we shall be concluding our report, which we shall hand over to the Archbishop to take over to Mama Janet and her team in the ministry, of the things we actually did not find comfortable in the sexuality framework, because we believe it can be used to enhance us. But as the way it is, we think that some things need to be looked at. That's what the team is doing now. We've also had media campaigns. I'm sure you've seen us on media trying to say, yes, our young people are pregnant. It's not enough to condemn them. We need to do something. And I think I've been on the spearheading. The Archbishop has been. we realize, yes, that if they go to school and they are pregnant, they are traumatized. And even the babies inside the wombs are also traumatized. So we said, can they give birth and then they can come back to school? But as church, we are committed to saying, pregnant girls, this is not their end. We can support them and young people, and we should not traumatize. Actually, we're preaching a gospel saying they should even sit in front in the churches. We shouldn't make them feel bad. If they've taken boldness to come to church, let them sit in front. And we tell them God still loves you and encourages you to love him. The other thing that we've done a school program. We have a smart schools program that is engaging with the children and the teachers. We have done a program and we have a booklet that we actually are using for our schools. And these schools, we engage the learners and the teachers, appreciating that, the school is a learning environment where we all are not perfect. So teachers can love us and also mentor us, and encouraging the teachers to appreciate the children as they come, especially now after COVID, lots of things. So we have a program and we have a booklet that we can actually share with you about what are the things that we're actually taking in the schools. And we've also done GBV programs. Our Mothers Union and Fathers Union have been out there in the communities, in the programs, doing a lot of GBV campaigns, because we realized that many of these girls actually got pregnant out of violence, which was the lockdowns, which was in the people that they stayed with. So the Mothers Union have been spearheading, and I'm sure in many dioceses you've had our Mothers Union and our Fathers Union campaigning about GBV and how it can be actually fought by us as faith leaders. We also have a program we call Positive Parenting through the church programs. We've also done a parenting. I think it began during the lockdown, 2020, and we've been doing positive parenting. And we're thinking that every parent can do something about the children, because we realize that when the parents don't do their part, then the children end up getting into these problems. So we have actually taken it back to the parents. Mr. Semakula, says the children spend most of the time at school, but the school is not their parent. The parents need to come out and do their part. So we have a positive parenting program that is rolled out in churches, and as faith leaders, we incorporated into the sermons to actually say that we can do something other than just telling them that the parents can tell government to yambe. No, we're saying as a parent, you have a role to do. I wanted to read something about one of the statements that we actually read out it's my last statement. It says, it has been noted that most church leaders lack sufficient information on sexual reproductive health, and the few who have been equipped are shy away from passing it on to young people. Many times the church community relates information on sexuality and reproductive health as against our beliefs or immoral and not appropriate in church forums. Unfortunately, because of this information gap, many young people end up with wrong, misleading information, which they get from social media and their peers, and without proper guidance, the information is misinterpreted, causing them to make wrong choices. It is from this, the Church of Uganda, despite having many of its members who are professional and readily available to help us in the medical profession and health profession, many of the church services do not use them. The church needs to network with like-minded agencies and government departments, district health agencies, to enable health educators who are readily available to address many young people and many of us in the congregations on sexual reproductive health information whenever there's such opportunity. And this is a statement that was being given in church platforms, meaning that as church, we should stop being shy away. The truth is that faith leaders accepted that actually we shy away. When it comes talking about sex and sexuality, many of us think these things are inappropriate and they're not good for church platforms. And so this discussion was being raised in church leaders saying, if you're not able, can we call on people who are able, like doctor, to come and actually address us and tell us what we need to hear? Because the truth is, many faith leaders confess that they're actually not very comfortable talking about these things, especially in church platforms and on our flyers. But we realize that it's our role to also be able to encourage young people to get the right information from us, not from the social media and from their peers. So thank you very much. I think that's what we've been able to do.
Thank you so much, Reverend, and all other speakers. Protocol observed. My name is Edward Lubega. I'm the National Youth Coordinator of the Born Again Faith. I'm glad to be here and to share what we have done as the Born Again in fighting the monster that is in the room called Abuse of Children Rights in Assorted Ways. I'll begin with a quote. We all know Professor Lumumba. Professor Lumumba one time said that we elect hyenas to take care of goats, and when the goats go missing, we wonder why. And I was trying to think about that. On many occasions, religious leaders and people in dignified positions had shunned to talk publicly on matters pertaining to sexual reproductive health. So we left the hyenas to be the tutors of our children. And we are here asking ourselves why the moral decadence, why the abuse it has its roots in having abandoned our responsibility, our primary role as religious leaders, to come out boldly and speak about issues that affect the young people. As the born again faith, the entire leadership, the first thing that we did was to commit not to shun talking about sexual reproductive health using our structures and platforms. So we do it a sensitization, and from that sensitization, we have seen mindset shift amongst the leaders. Now, I'm one of the many people who used to shy a lot to talk about these matters. But as I'm going to share in my report, because we have a report, the annual report, there are quite a number of things that I found out myself. I even became now more serious to really talk about these things and find an amicable solution to these effects. So in our commitment to implement the program, we were able to find counterproductive efforts to undo our efforts to nurture the children. And I want to speak to the one representing Minister of Education. Minister of Education, yes. We've come to know about organizations in schools that are misleading the children, giving them misinformation. And among these programs, I don't know whether you've heard about The World Starts With Me. We have an organization called The World Starts With Me, another one called Butterfly Works. Another one is called Do Your Thing and Fly. So these are the hyenas I'm talking about. They are very busy cascading their programs. They piloted first in 30 schools. When the programs worked, they cascaded their programs, and now they have impacted quite a number of young people, and they are boasting their achievements. What are they teaching? One, they want to make sure that comprehensive sex education is taught. And what do they promote? Just to pick a few. Promotion of all sexual independence. 10, 15, 12 years, you're independent to make a sexual decision of your choice. They teach abortion, use of condoms. Then they promote gender confusion. And I happened to be part of a certain meeting where I think it was removed as SRHR. We talked about gender identity as something that we as religious leaders are not comfortable to talk about, because it defeats what we believe. So they also teach about discovery, like children to discover themselves, whether they are male or female or both. Those programs are in schools, and the one who represented the ministry talked about partnership, the local partnerships. They hide in programs that purport to do virtual learning, and they do involve peer educators and in safe space. It's built on these three principles. It has to be accessible to all, it has to be non-judgmental, and tailored to serve what students and children want. So if they want to have sex at an early age, it is okay. After all, it's incumbent on them to make that decision. They teach children to consent to sex and to negotiate for sex if they want. These things are happening behind our backs, and if a deliberate effort is undertaken to unearth this, and for God's sake, if it means burning the donations that they receive because they have lots of money to get this unbecoming kind of behavior infiltrated in our children. So let it be done. They also teach about how masturbation is okay, soul and mutual masturbation, how they are okay, and that they shouldn't starve as long as they know how to do it. So I'm here to remind you, sir, that let us take the precautionary measures to make sure that we fight these vices, more especially in schools. I've not talked about GBV, but it's also there. Rather not GBV, LGBTQ plus. They are proponents of that agenda. So, as BAF, when we realized that, we decided to take the leading role in educating our children on matters pertaining to sexual reproductive health. And we call upon whoever has the right information. We are ready. We have teams ready to be given to be given that information and be censored, as in sieved through our teachings to make sure that when we get to deliver, these messages are in sync with what we do. This is what we did. The BAF Youth Department, we have the Youth Department, which I lead at the national level. We are passionate about the overall wellness of the youth and children in church. So in partnership with UNESCO, Ministry of Health, and Interreligious Council of Uganda, last year, we launched a program where we trained trainers on matters pertaining to sexual reproductive health. And among the things that we taught, or that we are continuing to cascade down, included adolescent sexual reproductive health, and this aimed at reducing teenage pregnancy, reduce maternal mortality, improve health outcome of women and the children, to contribute to the broad development goals and reduce poverty. And through these programs, several youth have been reached and capacitated to see evil come and run away from it. That is our goal. We are training them to be able to sense, to detect evil coming and run away from that evil. And to achieve the desired goal, a participatory approach where adolescents were divided into groups to discuss and share with each other. That kind of approach was adopted, and the modules included adolescent reproductive health, puberty and growing up, menstrual hygiene and management, sexually transmitted infection and disease, HIV protection among adolescents, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, drug and substance abuse, life skills for adolescents, and counseling. We've also organized our young people into groups investment clubs as a way
Recording in
of
progress.
empowering them, as a way of teaching them the discipline of saving, having to save and grow their money. So the challenges that we have come across, of course, includes limited funding. Yes, we are at the national level, but if we are to cascade down these programs, we need to be able to have the financial muscle to do so. We also need to make sure that we have the right information. So refresher trainings and engagements are very key to the top leadership, so that when we are ready, we have the right information to take down the structures. So thank you so much for your time. That is what we did in the Born Again. God bless you.
Yes, thank you, Reverend Canon. I'm Reverend Nathan Mulondo, Education Secretary, Namirembe Diocese. I'm here to represent the Reverend Dr. Paul Grace Kakoza, Director, Education Services at the province. But much of it has been said by my colleague, Reverend Rukundo. Just maybe one or two that I want to add there, because technically is on ground at the province. Within a minute, I want to echo one other thing, that we have also improved the voice of the youth using our structure in the Anglican Church of Uganda. The youth department runs from the parish, sub-parish to the province. They sit on every committee, even at the synod of the province. And this makes it better, their voice to be heard of all engagements that we need the youth to get involved in. So the voice of the youth is at the level of the province of the entire Church of Uganda. And this enables us to understand what we need to echo to them. And of course, it flows down to the lowest level of the church. The SMART project he talked about, as the one in charge of education at one of the dioceses, is a very great strategy that we've laid, having a SMART school project. The Church of Uganda has the biggest number of education institutions. That I must give the information. But there is all we had laxed. Now we are revamping our positions back to get where we must be. We have chosen SMART schools. But one of the key, what is cardinal of this is the school must be child-friendly. Talking about AIDS, talking about COVID. So it's a big project, and I do believe that as we come back for the next platform, we shall be telling you more about the SMART School project, what it talks about, also AIDS and other that the youth need a key. But lastly, even as clergy, we've come up to identify ourselves as those who are affected by AIDS. One of my fellow clerics have openly said, I am HIV positive. These are giving hope, even to the youth, that if I'm the kind, it's not shameful to come and say, I am. So we are using the same clerics to go and speak to the children there, that if you are born with it, please don't hate yourself, don't kill yourself, you can live. And you know, one of them is our dear Canon and the family. They have come out to say, please, you can live for so many years. So we're using the same examples to let others know that, especially the youth, still life can continue. Because evidently we have come to realize that those who are born with a disease, the stigma is killing them off. Even others keep shining away from education. So a lot of programs have been said, my brother said earlier, but we want to appreciate SRHR for this innovation. But lastly, I want to echo one thing. We need your support. As you support each other, of course, we shall reach the destiny. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, my brother Nathan, for that very strong submission. The voice of the young people. And I've been advocating for children participation, young people participation. Nothing for them without them. Yes, we think we know what all they know or what they need, but we don't actually know until they tell us. So we need them on board so that they can speak out, they can tell us, they can disagree with us, and that's part of the engagement we always talk about. You can't engage somebody you are not with. God bless you. Why don't you have a general clap for our panelists? Thank you very, very much. You've made it for us. Supposing they came here and kept quiet or just told us, you know what, after that dialogue, nothing was done, I would get disappointed never to attend another dialogue in the future. But this is important, and we need these dialogues because it is like we have to come to dialogues, then go to the communities, hear what they are saying, feed them with the appropriate information, come back to dialogues. It is like a powerhouse. Go again. It's like a cycle that we cannot stop rolling around. God bless you. Any comment before I call in someone to close us up? Yes. Any comment? Any question to the panelists? You could be having a very serious question. How did Reverend Rukundo do it? Are you sure you are doing it or you are concocting? If there is that kind of question, please come forward.
Reverend Rukundo. It's okay. Yes, so you told us how you're engaging young people, especially girls that have gotten pregnant, and you're bringing them closer in church, you're making them sit in front in the service, but that is not, I feel that is not enough to make this girl like feel at home. Is there any other support like the psychosocial support to help them? Or when we bring them in church, isn't it like a shaming to them? Or are we telling them come in front and confess your sin to the church for you to be welcomed back in church? So is there more that we are doing to support these young people who have gotten pregnant? Thank you so much.
Any other? Because I'm closing the questioning session very, very soon, in a few minutes. If you don't ask, it means you have understood. It's either you have understood everything or you didn't understand anything at all. That's the only question. You have done very well, panelists. It's only Rukundo who has a question, which I think should attract a simple answer, but to the point.
Thank you. And I think that's a very good way. I think one of the things that we realized as church and faith-based was to not stigmatize these young people. And honestly speaking, that we also were part of the stigma. And these confessions, this pointing was real. So the faith leaders actually accepting that we need to accept them. Because you see, when a girl who's pregnant walks to church, that's already a step of faith and boldness to say, I've come to God. So one way is to say you're welcome, and you can actually have a front seat. But also to say the Provincial Assembly, which is the biggest church organ of the church, did agree that the Mothers Union should take a lead in counseling these girls. So in every congregation, Mothers Union members were actually tasked to actually be able to mentor these girls, talk to them. And so in many of the churches, you'll find that they've been able to find a mother, to find a friend, to find someone to talk to them. So there's been a lot of social support to them, to reach out to their families. Some of them, their parents had even chased away. And needless to say, some of us were even clergy. A reverend's daughter gets pregnant and the reverend says, "You've ashamed me," or a member of the church says, "I've been a leader and how can you get pregnant?" And just, so even the church members took it on to actually say, if you're a member of the church and your girl has gotten pregnant, please don't chase them away, welcome them. So we've even had members of the churches as well, the mothers. So the Church of Uganda, biggest organ, which is the Provincial Assembly, had to even make a resolution to say, in the church, Mothers Union must be taking a lead to counsel and mentor these girls. So it's on record and people are doing it to say that within us as well, let's do much more than just chase them. And as you know, the church also has health centers. So we've been able to work with the church, and I know of many churches which helped girls to go to get services from these church-based health centers. Because as you know, sometimes they are asked money, they are stigmatized. So even the church took it on ourselves to say that within our health centers, can we provide services for the girls who have gotten pregnant and need support as well. So it wasn't just saying you have a front seat. There's much more going on.
Thank you very much.
A live example, apparently we have a Church of Uganda Center, Wamukisa. It's on Ntebe Road, Chitala. Actually, it's now flooded with young girls. We are even looking for another matron because we have opened up another section. Another big room has been constructed. So the girls are too many, they are beyond what we can manage. So Wamukisa, the numbers are there and they are being worked upon. It's around Chitala on Ntebe Road. So there are vivid examples that the church has really done. Yes, it's a place you can visit for a clear study right now.
Yes, that tells us that there is a lot that is being done and not pronounced that we need to look for and build on. And you can only get that through this kind of engagement. So I'm happy with this kind of engagement. I'm learning of Wakisa, I'm learning of the smart. Okay. At this point, I think we cannot do everything and finish it today. The agenda is long. One message I want to put to all of us. We have our, how many commitments did we make? How many? 16. I know they will take us so many years to accomplish. So many years. So we are going to continue with our commitments to make sure that if you are making our places of worship adolescent and young people friendly, to what extent, that will be a question at one point. We shall come and evaluate, right? To what extent, if we have a checklist or a standard, standard you are working with, do you measure to that standard? So that at the end of the day, by the time someone comes to you, you are able to say, please, welcome, this is what we do, and feel free to evaluate and to learn from. And I think that way we shall have moved. We want to hear young people give testimonies of how they have been supported by the church, by the Muslim community. I was pregnant, my family chased me away because of that, but the church received me, worked with me, and here I am, I have received my degree. Those are the testimonies we are looking for. And by that time, then we shall know that the church is on the forefront, the Muslim community is on the forefront to embrace all young people, regardless of the problems and challenges they have encountered. I want to tell you again that if we think that we, as adults, have problems, you need to engage the young people, then you'll begin to appreciate that young people have more problems probably have more problems than us adults. The challenge is that they don't have anywhere to deposit or even address those problems from. And we are here for that cause. I am very happy we have champions, we have people who have been converted. For me, even if the whole of Church of Uganda decided not to talk about this sexual reproductive health, I will talk and talk and talk and talk until the world comes to an end. Because I know it is what we must do, and I'm convinced beyond doubt. I'm not, mentally sick. I'm in my normal mental health. So we have a duty to talk, to change norms, to change, the mindset. And before you know, all the young people will be running around, running behind us because they have seen something good. The language has changed. The services have changed. God bless you. Welcome again with me, the country director, SRHR Alliance, Mr. Charles Owek. You know that name has been giving me headache. Owek man. He will make his remarks, and I'll again ask him to call upon somebody very important in the house to close this dialogue. God bless you. I thank you for being with us. I thank you for the commitments we have made, recommitted, and I look forward to seeing more and more as we continue to interact. Charles, you're welcome.
Yes. A big hand clap for Reverend Herbert. It's really great, and thank you so much for guiding the Alliance to this. I would like to request our board member, James, the country director of Reach a Hand Uganda, to speak first. The gentleman has a quick appointment, so he will allow me to make the summary after. So you will give me that permission.
See, in Uganda, people don't love to release the microphone. That one is sure, because it has power that comes with it. I greet all of you that are here today. My name is James Tumsime. I am a board member of the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Alliance. I am sure by now everyone knows who we are. I'll use less than 5 minutes, otherwise I picked a lot from this meeting that I would have prepared to speak about. Having represented the chair is a historian. Stella Kentus, our chairperson, would have come from a historical perspective to speak about this. I copied just a little. And in my copying, I copied a gentleman called Ferdinand Magellan. Ferdinand Magellan was the first man to prove that the world is round. He was from from Spain. Yeah, he went round, and after that, everyone got the understanding that actually the world is not flat and that you won't fall off once you travel. That was in 1519. Many years around the same time, just after, there was a guy called Galileo Galilei. Galileo Galilei claimed that you can actually look up using a stethoscope and see the stars. The Catholic Church fought him very, very vehemently, and they described his holicentrism as a foolish theory, that the earth cannot rotate daily around the sun. It's simply foolish. Many years later, a lot of evidence has come, and we have agreed with these two gentlemen. One, people were happy that he said the world is not flat, and therefore every other thing has evolved after that. The other has since been exonerated by modern science. So for me, as I thank the religious leaders for staying focused, staying with us, I love the submissions that we are supposed to be in this together. We are not supposed to fight about it. We're supposed to understand each other. In the same spirit, I acknowledge that we are dealing with a very, very complex phenomena. You have seen
would be Priest Semakula Henry failed because of one thing. In the Bible, we have a lot of evidence of great men who have failed. Talk of King Solomon, talk of David. They have struggled around issues SRHR. So these are not simple issues. And these are issues that shall outlive us, whether we like it or not. The best we can do is to recognize that we are in an ever-changing world, and coming from the theories I've stated above, we need to build evidence. We need to work together to build evidence. Once we build evidence, we also need to work together to make sure that we act on this evidence. There is one thing that all of us are able to see. There is no elephant in this room. We all know the different parts of the elephant. Each of us should touch a bit of it. You know, it's so ironic that it is saying collaborations for young people's health. Ironically, all of us focus on SRHR, even when this health is supposed to be broad, clearly saying that we all know that it is not the general health of young people, but it is the sexual and reproductive health. So let us build the evidence together. Let us work on the evidence together. Let us review the outcomes together and keep improving. We believe that this is a partnership that we are committed to. We believe that this is something that can succeed. We believe that modern science is on our side. We believe that with every education that we have attained, we have the freedom. We just need to be brave enough to use the evidence to generate the evidence-based solutions. If we use morality alone, if we shy away from the facts, we are going to come back next year, we shall be unhappy, we shall come back the other year, we shall be unhappy. Indeed, whether we use evidence or not, we are going to still have a fight for a very long time. But with evidence, we shall take steady progress. I wish to thank you, and I request that my brother here, Charles, can conclude as I run away for another engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Allow me to just summarize some of the way forward. The idea about joint proposal, we have taken note of it seriously, and it also resonates with what we were thinking, that we could convert this entire commitment into a proposal. And it aligns with the priorities, the guideline that Uganda AIDS Commission has, and many other guidelines that we have. So this can be a proposal. Margaret will reach out to see how we can constitute a team from the different faith groups that can work together on a proposal. Then we can target some development partners to work with. We will engage you more as you have requested. This is a movement. We have started it, and we want to build it into a big program. Actually, if this movement can take over the SRHR space, since you have the population with you, for me that is really my dream and my mission, that we tailor SRHR more from faith-based approach, and that will erase some of the fears, because you will be providing leadership on how it should go. So that is really important. We are going also into a regional engagement, and for the regional engagement, we want to strengthen the package. We will have the dialogue, but also we want to do some mentorship sessions. So some of you who are mentors, we can work with you at the regional level. We will again try to do 4, but if resources allow, we can do more. So we will be doing that, and also include some radio programs, so that you can also speak on some of those regional radios and share some of this great work that you're doing. Of course, we are going to have more dialogues, and we will reach out to some of you for the dialogues and the media campaign. Next month is a very big month when we have the International Youth Day, and we want to do a big partnership there. It's also a period when we have our Alliance Week. I think this year we are going to be hosting it in Sebei. So some of you have work in Sebei. Sebei, right, Nicoletta? Kapshora, to be specific, yes. Yeah, that's Sebei region. So we will be in Kapshora, but we will try to engage with your structures that are there and see how we can also increase the message there. And And we were also intending to have a national dialogue on youth health, on the adolescent health, and we want to see how we can engage some of you to be part of that conversation, to inform the nation. Because your work not only just, it's just not just about addressing, this is also about guiding the nation on how we should move forward. So we will be reaching out on that. And most importantly, I would like to just emphasize that we value your contribution and your guidance, and we'll work with you. The thing is that for us, when we started this, there was a lot of fear. That's why the first person I called was Reverend, and I had a detailed conversation with him to guide me on how we should move with the interfaith movement. And he said, let it be a religious leaders-driven action, not you coming to teach the religious leaders. And that's the principle we are using. Even moderating, even presentation, sometimes we don't want, apart from government, as the civil society, we want you to lead this conversation. And so we invite you to join this and see how far we can go. Otherwise, we are so much grateful for your time. We apologize, we have taken longer than usual, but it's because we also delayed to start. Yeah, but we apologize about that. We want to keep time. And for the toolkit, we are going to share with you copies on soft copies, but we are also going to ask UNESCO to do another orientation on the toolkit. We'll see how we can combine efforts so that we can reach as many as possible about the toolkit. Thank you very much. There's a table there that is handling logistics, and I guess the lunch is over waiting for us. So I want to wish you a great deliberation. I mean a great lunch. May someone pray for us for lunch?
Actually, we are going to pray for lunch, but also have a closing prayer, so that when we leave here, we don't come back to pray. We believe in starting with prayer and ending with prayer. And actually, that's also a government policy. You start a meeting with prayer and end with prayer until we've been praying, and I asked my brother, Sheikh Ali Aluma, to lead us in a closing prayer. Well, remember, one day I was in Busia, and then I asked one of the children, a Muslim child, to pray for lunch. And he said, Bismillah. And everybody was waiting for prayer. And it was over.
I can still do the same. I say Bismillah, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. I thank God for the gift of life. We thank Him for this meeting. We pray that whatever we've discussed should be fruitful for this nation, Uganda. We thank you, God. Thank you.
Amen. 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 Thank you very much for your cooperation. Enjoy your lunch.